So it's gone quiet. We must be ready to start then. Morning, everybody. Welcome to day 3. I think we had a very productive day yesterday. Thank you, everyone, for bearing with us in terms of the agenda reshuffling, but also, quite a few sort of discussions around the sessions and so on. And I think that really appreciate that. I think that moved us forward a long way. Obviously, Celine and Karen are busy working through all of the various different changes that will come through so that we will have an updated draft mid this afternoon. That actually takes us back into the agenda obviously, therefore, we move into item 7 on the exploration for an evaluation of mineral resources. We have a logistical challenge in terms of Christoph, unfortunately, isn't feeling great. He's got to participate virtually in the session, and what we're going to do is Dave will actually take the lead on the ground, and we'll pull in Christoph, when there's questions and so on. And Christoph, we hope that you're feeling better soon. Similarly, Lucy, obviously you're participating virtually again today. Again, hope you're feeling better soon. So without further ado, Dave, to you.
Thanks, Ian. And I hope I have more luck with slides today than I did yesterday. And I'll kick us off going through natural resources, the IFRS 6 and IFRIC 20 alignment. So this project really goes back to when we started our natural resources project, and we went out with the consultation paper. Something we heard back was our respondents absolutely thought that we should align with certain aspects of the private sector guidance. The board decided almost a year ago, or just over a year ago now, that this was an aspect of the project that could be carved out and moved along with a little more pace. So as a result, it's operating on a different timeline than the rest of the natural resources project. But just as a reminder, that's really where it all started. We did approve this document last year, and the document went out for exposure. Comments came back I think early June this year, just before the June meeting, and we've analyzed them over this quarter. In response to both EDs, ED 86 and 87, we received 28 comments, which is pretty good for documents of this size. And what I'll do is I'll take you through those responses and what staff's recommendations are for each of those documents. I think the key takeaway from 10,000 feet is that, and this is really positive, the feedback and the responses that we received strongly supported all the proposals. We did our normal analysis where we had agree, partially agree, disagree, and I guess no response. And the agrees and partially agrees, as you can see from these pie charts, the green and the blue, there was lots of support for everything that we did. What was interesting about many of the disagrees, and we tried to address this through enhanced basis for conclusions, was there was some confusion over what this guidance was trying to reflect. What stuck out to me was, particularly with the IFRS 6 alignments guidance, there was a lot of discussion, or not a lot, but in some of the responses, there was some discussion about how, in addition to what was there, respondents thought that there should be additional guidance provided for the sovereign rights that governments have in issuing the rights to explore mineral assets. And what we've done in the BCs to hopefully alleviate that confusion is just enhance that and indicate that these are alignment projects, and we're not trying to address any sovereign rights in either the ED 86 or ED 87 projects as we move forward. Leah, can you move me to the next slide, please? So starting with the first SMC for ED 86, Again, very strong support, so 86% support. Where we saw some disagrees, this is where I touched on one where there was some confusion over what the exposure draft and what the scope of the exposure draft was. Like I said, we proposed some BCs to clean that up. A number of respondents that partially agreed asked for additional illustrative material. But what we noticed was, I guess, one, the ask wasn't very specific. So just asking for additional implementation guidance is difficult to provide unless we understand the area where the additional guidance is requested. And two, when it was specific, it wasn't dealing with public sector specific issues. And since this is an alignment project, we really only focus on amendments related to public sector specific issues. So there was no additional guidance provided for those that either disagreed or partially agreed that requested for additional guidance. And then finally, the only other areas where we didn't make changes were for those areas where stakeholders or respondents didn't provide new analysis that the board hadn't previously considered. So you'll see all that in the detailed analysis. Where we did make changes, there were 3 specific areas on the right-hand side of the slide. The first one was to update for a amendment to other IPSAS to IPSAS 31. We hadn't made an amendment to explicitly scope out ED 86 from IPSAS 31 intangibles, so we proposed that amendment. We also proposed amendments to the BCs to clarify that we're really focusing on the commercial aspect of mining. And then the last one really related to an exemption that we just confirmed was a permanent exemption, and you didn't need to apply the requirements in IPSAS 3 accounting policy differences. So I'll stop there and take any comments from members.
Okay, thanks, Dave. Any comments? Not seeing any flags raised, so I think we're good with that analysis. Obviously, as you say, we will walk through the document to see the detail of the changes proposed. And I think, you know, I mean, it's fair to say that it's not dissimilar to where we've had other alignment projects that we've had that sort of response that you talked about. I think I remember that on, you know, the IFRS 5, you know, which became IPSAS 44, that actually it was really just kind of getting to grips with understanding it and how it fitted with our, you know, our other material that was the kind of challenge. So I think that's very similar.
So one change that I really wanted to highlight across ED 86 and ED 87 that aren't in your papers, but thank you very much to Claudia for highlighting this, is when we exposed ED 86 and 87, we proposed that you could subsequently measure the assets in both 86 and 87 at current operational value or fair value. But as Claudia rightly pointed out, because both of these are alignment pronouncements, and we were very explicit in both of them that you could only hold these assets for commercial purposes, COV is an applicable measurement basis. So while I was exposed this way, I think Claudia is absolutely right and made a very good point. So what we're proposing to members is that we remove, I think it happens once or twice in both the pronouncements where we make reference to COV and remove that because it's not applicable. It won't actually change anything beyond wording to the exposure drafts, because if you really work through it like Claudia did, there was never really an option to apply COV. I just wanted to highlight that because it was something that was brought up after the papers were posted, but staff strongly supports what one of our members brought forward.
Okay, I mean, I think, Noyati.
Thank you, Chair. I go back to the agenda 7.2.2 is regarding the actually we agreed for the proposal, but and this is for the exploration and evaluation asset. We there is an instant that an exploration and evaluation asset shall no longer be classified as such when the technical feasibility and commercial value of extracting are demonstrable, but could we put some example on that? And another thing is about the impairment. Is whether it's possible that there will be reversal of impairment if it is have a changes in which circumstances that leading to the technical and viability are established during that day or otherwise something.
Thanks, Dariati. That's a really good point and something that some of our respondents raised. The reason why we strayed away from adding additional illustrative examples and implementation guidance specifically related to impairment and was that the way it was raised in the responses was there was nothing unique about the circumstances in a public sector environment. So as a result, because this was an alignment project, we really only add examples or additional guidance with public sector specific material. And because the challenges that were raised by our respondents were not unique to the public sector and equally apply in the private sector, we didn't want to step over guidance we were aligning with.
For the the one about the reversal of impairment is the same as IPSAS 17 then?
Yeah, I mean, it's a tricky one, but I think that's where you know, Dave's right that we need to be very careful that we're not issuing interpretations for what is essentially an ISB standard. And I think that's where, if there was a need for interpretation, then that's something where, you know, essentially that would be for IFRIC to consider rather than for us. And that's the line that we're trying to sort of hold on this one.
So that moves us through the IFRS 6 ED86 project and moves us into ED87. ED87, we had two SMCs. The first SMC was related to whether a project aligned with IFRIC 20 was appropriate for the public sector. And as you can see from the slide, 94% either agreed or partially agreed. I don't have much else to add here. We made some minor editorial and clarifications on the right in the recommendations to amend A14 BC 10. But other than that, everything was strongly supported and staff recommend we basically go ahead as it was exposed.
No flags being raised, so I think we're content to move ahead as you propose.
The last SMC to discuss with you today was again on ED87 and relates to IFRIC 20. What was interesting about this and where I remember struggling with this last September or last December, whenever it was approved, was the location of the guidance, where we should attach it to, and where staff recommended, the board agreed, is that we should create an appendix to IPSAS 12. So we asked a specific SMC on that. As you can see from the slide, this was our most strongly supported SMC with 97% either agreeing or partially agreeing. The basic recommendation here is to move ahead with what was proposed, is because it was so strongly supported, and make minor amendments to BC 12 just to make minor clarifications.
Okay, I think we're fine.
So Chair, that moves us to a page by page.
Okay. Was there anything, any points any board member wants to raise before we move into reviewing the proposed drafting updates? Yep, Abdullah.
Thank you, Chair. And it's not a comment, it's just to thank the team because we partially agree on some of the points and had our comments. They got back to us, they clarified the issues, and they liked how it was written and clarified in the paper. So I just wanted to thank them.
Thanks. That's always good to get positive feedback because the staff put a lot of work into these papers, and I think it's good to know it's appreciated.
So I'll walk the board through the page by page. So we're going to agenda item 7.3.2, exploration for evaluation, for an evaluation of mineral resources. And we'll start the page by page on page 4, starting with the objective. Then scope and definitions at the bottom of page 4. Into page 5, recognition of exploration and evaluation assets. Into measurement. That takes us through page 5. Page 6, continuation of recognition and measurement through to presentation. Impairment. Page 7. Bottom of page 7, we move into disclosure. Page 8, effective date and transition. And then we move into Appendix A, amendments to other IPSASB, on page 9. Page 10. And then we move into basis for conclusions on page 11. Page 12. Page 13, which is the comparison with IFRS 6. Page 14, which is the comparison with GFS. And then that's it, of content.
Okay, so I think we're content with the changes proposed in terms of the text that implement the recommendations from staff on that.
So there's one more document to flip through.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. 7.3.4, stripping costs in the production phase of a surface mine. And the content starts on page 3. Page 4 is the start of Appendix A. Continued into page 5. Page 6. Page 7, we start Appendix B, amendments to other IPSASB. Page 8, the basis for conclusions. And that takes us through the content in the document.
I'll wrap this up.
You can ask.
Shall I answer?
Might as well.
I mean, one question is obviously therefore, given that members seem content with the changes that have been proposed to the document or both documents, The question is whether members would feel ready to move to voting on approval or not. We hadn't proposed that because by convention, normally we sort of allow a meeting for discussion and to make sure members are content with final changes. But I just wanted to, see whether members would be content to actually move to approval. We can either wait until December or we can move now. Just see if anybody has strong feelings that they don't want to move to approval. Okay, so I'm sensing that members are ready to approve. Can't see Lucy online, are you?
Chair, I have some problems with connection, so sometimes I turn off my video. But I'm
okay.
here. Yeah,
Okay,
thank you.
that's good, right. Okay, right. Okay, so if staff can walk us through the formal approval process then.
So I'll walk us through the phases of due process. So the first step is staff present revised content of the exposed standard. So we've done that. We just went through both of those. Then we go to the program technical director advises whether due process has been followed effectively.
So I assert for both documents, due process has been effectively followed.
And then we ask the chair to confirm with the IPSASB if due process has been effectively followed, if there's any comments on that.
Thanks, Dave. Has anybody got any concerns in terms of the due process that we've followed on either of the documents? So seeing no flags raised, I think we're content with that.
And then I think we'll do two separate votes. So we'll first do a vote on the exploration and evaluation of mineral assets, currently ED 86.
So as Dave said, we'll now do the voting for exploration for and evaluation of mineral resources. That's 7.3.2 in your documents. So those who vote for, please raise your flags. So I have 17-4 in the room, and Lucy gave me a thumbs up, which I'll take as a 4 online. So that's unanimously approved.
Okay, thank you. So that is now IPSAS 50.
And now we'll do the vote for stripping costs in the production phase of a surface mine, which are the amendments to IPSAS 12 to add a new appendix. So again, those who vote for, please raise your flags. And I'll confirm this time, Lucy online has given us another thumbs up. So that's 1 online, and I'm counting 17 in the room. So that's unanimous as well.
So then we need to consider effective date now, Dave.
Give me a second to think about that. First is re-exposure. So staff recommend that neither document require re-exposure. We've made no changes to any of the principles in either document.
Not seeing any flags raised, so I think we're content. There's no re-exposure necessary.
And then staff recommend an effective date of January 1st, 2027, which is our normal 18-month after the approval date, or at least 18 months after the approval date.
Any concerns over that proposal? Okay.
So just to wrap up, we'll take this through our normal editorial process and the documents approved.
So great work. Thank you very much to Christoph. And thank you very much to everybody that's contributed to those. I think that's neat piece of work. Good way to start the days. Another IPSAS. So thank you very much, everyone. So with that, then we move forward on to the next item, and just give us a minute whilst Eileen moves over, and we'll look at the proposed amendments from IFRIC pronouncements.
Morning, everyone. Today we'll be presenting the IFRIC Alignment Narrow Scope Amendment Project. So this has been a bit of a whirlwind project, I would say. The board decided to actually initiate it only a year ago from today, so September 2023. And since then, the IPSASB has spent two meetings discussing, analyzing, and then eventually approving the exposure draft, ED 89, for issuance. So it was actually out for about 60 days. And through this ED, the IPSASB had proposed two SMCs, one which covered the inclusions, so which interpretations that it had assessed that it proposed to add guidance based on into the IPSAS, and SMC2, which related to the exclusion of two interpretations, which the board had concluded was not as applicable for the public sector, and therefore no guidance needed to be added into the IPSAS. And so given the volume of material that the IPSASB was going to go through at this meeting, we took a slightly different approach for the review of ED 89, where the intention is that today we would be talking about the responses to ED 89, as well as the proposals by staff of the way forward based on our analysis of the comments. And then in December, we would be bringing back the final pronouncement with track changes for the revisions that we'll agree to today. And at that point, the IPSASB would be asked to vote on the approval of that pronouncement. Now, overall, one of the key messages that came through for staff as we started looking through the 17 responses is how strongly the constituents supported the proposals brought forward by the IPSASB. So of the 17 letters, we did do the analysis in two ways. So both by SSC1 and SMC2, as well as by the interpretations themselves, for us to better understand the commentary, the views, and the suggestions based on each set of guidance that was proposed in ED 89. So you'll see here from the column in green that the agreement was actually quite strong based on those that explicitly responded to and provided commentary on these interpretations. And the papers that we've presented at today's meeting are structured to comment on each of those sections as well. So this was more just to set the scene and to really, share with the IPSASB that through the hard work and analysis that the board did, we did really communicate well to constituents, and therefore we're able to get good feedback on their views on whether this guidance is going to be helpful. Now, the great thing about this guidance is it's really adding to understanding and applying existing principles. And I think that is a testament to the board's continued work on ensuring that the guidance they have in IPSAS is understandable and applicable to the transactions that public sector entities may face on a regular basis. So as mentioned, we'll be asking members for their views and agreement on the way forward based on the responses by each of these SMCs and interpretations. And with that, I'm happy to move on to agenda item 8.2.2 if there are no questions about essentially the road that we have taken to get here today.
I'm not seeing any flags, so move us into the first SMC. You're right.
Can't see the light well. Thank you, Chair. So paper 8.2.2 was regarding part 1 of ED 89. And this was actually guidance proposed by the IPSASB that is based on IFRIC 1. Now, this part of ED 89 did propose to amend 3 different IPSAS, and part of that was to bring in guidance, but also to help bring in some signposting to ensure that no matter where a user is in the IPSAS, they are able to understand when they might need to consider guidance within other IPSAS relating to this kind of transaction. Now, all in all, very strong support here. We had 94% of those that explicitly commented on part 1 strongly support the inclusion of this guidance here. There was one comment letter that disagreed and a few comment letters that proposed some additional drafting and editorial changes. So staff took the time to go through each of the comments, the considerations, and the proposals. And overall, the key message was what the IPSASB has proposed in part 1 and the guidance that the IPSASB is proposing to add to IPSAS is consistent with the principles that exist in current IPSAS, and they will help to provide relevant guidance on how an entity can actually consider potential public sector transactions and account for them accordingly using the IPSAS standard. So there were no inconsistencies identified, and overall we felt it was important that the IPSASB consider that fit. And there was nothing new that really contradicted the IPSASB's conclusions and analysis from before the exposure draft. So the one thing to add on to the analysis that you would have seen in the paper is regarding one drafting change, which we actually spoke a bit further about with the constituent after the issuance of these papers. So an additional drafting change that's not listed in the papers is a revision to say class of assets rather than individual assets, and that is for consistency with what we have in IPSAS 45. So right now, the recommendation for this paper is to proceed with the proposals that the IPSASB had issued in ED 89 to include the guidance presented in part 1 into our IPSAS and to agree with the drafting and editorial changes proposed in the paper, as well as the inclusion of class of assets as mentioned earlier. So with that, happy to pass it back to you, Chair, to facilitate comments from members. Thank you.
Thank you, Eileen. So any comments from members on the proposed way forward? Obviously we'll see that back in December, but any comments on that proposed change there? Seeing those flags raised, so I think we're content with the proposed way forward on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks, everyone. So the next paper, 8.2.3, was relating to part 2 of ED 89, and this was proposing to add guidance based on IFRIC 5 into our IPSAS. So again, really strong support. In this case, we actually had 100% of constituents that commented on IFRIC 5 agreed with the inclusion of IFRIC 5, and we didn't note any additional editorial or drafting changes that would be necessary to incorporate into what's already proposed in part 2. So given the overwhelming support from constituents, we do propose that the IPSASB proceed with the proposals to amend IPSAS 19 as presented in part 2. Back to you, Chair.
Thanks, Eileen. So just check whether there's any concerns over the proposed way forward. Seeing no flags raised, I think we're content with that recommendation.
Thank you, Chair. Paper 8.2.4 related to part 3 of ED 89, and that proposed to add guidance based on IFRIC 7. Now, there was, again, overwhelming support from the constituents that responded to this ED, and a few comments came through about editorial clarification and potential additions. So based on a review of all of these comments, staff did identify one that we thought was very useful to present to the IPSASB, but I wanted to give a bit of background on it because this was actually the first IFRIC that the IPSASB assessed in this short journey. So back in December, when we first looked at IFRIC 7, the IPSASB had noted that this guidance included both guidance relating to identifying hyperinflationary economies, but there was also a portion of guidance that related to how you would actually present the income tax elements, so the deferred tax elements. So in standard fashion, because we do not have income tax guidance within our IPSAS, we did not propose to incorporate any guidance that would have been, consistent or aligned with that component. Now, one of the constituent responses did note that while this is true, income taxes are not prevalent in the public sector, there are still some public sector entities that do have that. And we have guidance through different parts of our IPSAS that essentially present a reference point for any entities that do have income tax to consider national or international standards relating to taxes. So it did seem useful to include guidance here as well. And so in the papers, we've proposed an additional sentence to add in to this appendix for IPSAS 10 that would essentially create the signpost to note that if you are an entity that does have income taxes, please consider the relevant national and international standards. And the wording that we've proposed here is meant to be as consistent as possible with what we usually have in other IPSAS. So given the strong support and with this additional proposed drafting inclusion, we do recommend that the IPSASB proceed with its proposals in Part 3 of ED 89 and amend IPSAS 10 with the inclusion of the additional sentence to provide the signposting to direct entities accordingly. So with that, back to you, Chair, for any member comments. Thank you.
Thanks, Simon. So any comments on the proposed way forward? Seeing no flags raised, I think we're content with staff recommendation on that one.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, members. Agenda item 8.2.5 relates to Part 4. Again, this one was a really, I think, simple and clear analysis on this one. We had really strong support. And so 100% of constituents that responded about this specific IFRIC in this part did agree with the inclusion of the guidance here. There were some editorial clarification changes, and we flagged one editorial that we've proposed within the paper. This morning, I also received another editorial suggestion, which we will work separately with that member and TA on to make sure that we can address it accordingly. But given the overwhelming support and the editorial nature of those changes, we do propose that members proceed with its proposal to amend IPSAS 39 as it proposed in Part 4 of ED 89. And staff will take away and process the editorial changes on this part as well. Back to you, Chair.
Okay, so just checking whether there are any member comments on the proposed way forward. Okay, no flags raised, so we're content with that proposal.
Thank you, Chair. I think this one will be a little bit different, so bear with me when I give a bit more background on Part 5. So Part 5 of ED 89 proposed to include guidance based on IFRIC 21 levies. And so that would have related to levies that are payable based on requirements by the government. And so we did receive strong support. 75% of constituents that discussed specifically on this IFRIC did agree with the inclusion. But what really stood out to staff through our analysis is that there is one substantive point that some entities brought up. They might have supported the inclusion, or they might have full on said, not too sure, I disagree with the inclusion. And this really related to some of the work that the IASB is currently doing on their project Provisions Target Improvements. So the timing, I think, was a little unique here. We issued ED 89 in mid-April for constituents to comment on for a 60-day period. And when I checked the dates, it was actually about a week after that issuance that the IASB had made a tentative decision that they may propose to withdraw IFRIC 21 as part of this project. And part of the reason is they were going to withdraw IFRIC 21 and actually propose some separate guidance, illustrative examples into their version of the provision standard. So I'm the IAS 37. And so when we were going through this analysis, we noted that there is merit to consider this. If the IASB does withdraw IFRIC 21, we will need to make sure that on the IPSASB side, we further consider what this would mean for our IPSAS as well. And so in the papers, we had proposed that the IPSASB give staff permission to go and speak with the ISB, get more information about what the timeline may be, as they had anticipated a Q4 issuance for their exposure draft, which would propose the withdrawal of 21 and the amendments to IS 37. So I would say, and I will admit, Ross and I jumped the gun a little bit leading to this meeting. We decided to reach out to the ISB even just last week, more so to set up a time, get the conversation going. And they actually already provided us quite a bit of useful information about this already before today's meeting. What they had noted is that their exposure draft is expected to go out in November of this year. They're planning for it to be in a 100-day consultation period, so they wouldn't be hearing back until early 2025. And they, of course, like all standard setting practices, will not be making a formal decision on whether to take that forward until they hear from their constituents on their proposals in this exposure draft. But from what they have been hearing from the various outreach, discussions with their advisory boards, and just from, I think, the overall development of this exposure draft is that there is pretty strong support at the moment for withdrawing IFRIC 21. Now, while that decision still needs to be finalized as they work through their standard setting process, it does sort of prompt the question for us as the IPSASB to say, well, do we still want to bring in guidance based on IFRIC 21 as we propose in ED 89, if in perhaps a year, we actually might be taking it out again and making further amendments. So at this stage, staff have decided to revise our proposal here, that instead of deferring the decision, we actually think the IPSASB can take the decision now to simply not bring in the guidance proposed in Part 5 at this time. And come next year, when the ISB has made further progress, potentially close this project, we can then better consider what that might mean for our IPSAS 19 based on the revisions they're making to their IAS 37 to ensure that we continue to consider alignment where appropriate and make public sector adjustments as needed. So with that, pass it back to the chair for any comments from members. Thank you.
Thanks, Eileen. As you say, a more complex situation. Yeah, Liang, lead us off.
I fully support that we defer this amendment and to wait for the ISB further decision. But may I check the time? You say that we defer to the next meeting, December 2024. But may I check what's the exactly ISB timetable for this? So such as we defer for 3 months, and at that time, will ISB issue something such as to withdraw this IFRIC? Thank you.
If you want to go back on that.
Yeah, thanks. I couldn't see Lucy either, so I didn't know if there was another question. That's a great question, Liang. And I think I should clarify a little bit more from my presentation. The paper proposed that we would defer this decision until December for the IPSASB to consider further. That was without knowing what the ISB may or may not do. So given our conversation with the ISB last week, ISB staff, at this point, if we are deferring whether or not to include IFRIC 21, it wouldn't be to December. It would be till whatever point the IASB actually finishes this project. And we would be considering that as our general kind of IFRS alignment and maintenance activities to ensure that, let's say they finish this at the end of 2025, that's when we would bring that into the IPSASB process. So it won't be specific to December 2024 anymore, as we won't be getting any new information from the ISB or their staff within the next 3 months. They will simply be issuing their exposure draft.
Actually, my point is actually for this IFRIC, even in the private sector, we have quite a few disagreement about it. So my point may be we can defer it further, not until December 2024 and see whether the SB will have further action. Then we can decide how to proceed then. Thank you.
Thanks, Yang. Ross, you want to come in, and I'll go to Angela as well.
Yeah, so I think Liang, if I'm hearing what you're saying, is probably what we're thinking on the staff side. Had we known originally, 10, 15 days after we put our ED out, the ISB was going to start this work, we would have never proposed this change to start with. So I think what we're really saying here, which is different than the paper, because we've got new information, is we don't think it's smart to bring in this change until we have clarity on how the ISB project is going to play out completely. So if we make the decision today, this won't be brought back. We'll put it on our tracking table. We'll track the difference, and we'll wait and see what amendments they make to IS 37 and what they do with IFRIC 12. If they take the approach they're taking today, there would never be a reason for us to bring it in.
Thanks, Ross. Angela.
Thank you, Chair. And I just really wanted to agree with the staff recommendation to wait till the IASB has finished the project completely before we consider it. And I do note that if there is a constituent out there who feels they need it through IPSAS 3, it can be used as authoritative support. So that's the other reason why I'm very comfortable with staff recommendation.
Thanks, Angela. Claudia.
I agree with the proposal. I'm only wondering, one of the reasons for the private sector was they had inconsistency between their standard and their revised conceptual framework. Do we see any inconsistency between our standard and our conceptual framework, which is probably different from the private sector standard conceptual framework?
So there is some inconsistency between both our framework and the ISB's framework when it comes to provisions. And our IPSAS 19 IS 37. That's part of the reason the ISB is doing this work. So I think it's probably sensible to see where they're going with IS 37 on this, and then see what the knock-on effect might be to our framework. So in light of IFRIC 12 as well, this has been in place since 2014, and these issues have always been there. We've never heard any noise at our staff level of people struggling with these particular issues. But as you know, Claudia, I think this is an important piece of work the ISB is about to do, and I think it's sensible for us to track it and see where it ends up, because again, we have the same inconsistencies in between our framework and IPSAS 19 as they have with 37, because we're aligned.
Thanks, Ross. Lucy, you want to come in?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I agreed with the staff recommendation, and I think it should be covered by a BC. Thank you.
Thanks, Lucy. Yeah, there's a slight process question on that one as to, so let's just sort of wrap the discussion up. So I think in terms of all of the members that have spoken, I think they're content that so far as this project is concerned, we are not going to proceed with bringing IFRIC 21 into our literature. And then, as has been said, on a go forward basis, we're going to have a process for tracking those deliberations, the IFRIC deliberations and so on. And that will be part of our new processes under the new strategy. And obviously we'll talk more about that in the December meeting in terms of how's that actually going to work in practice. I think then it does leave that residual question, which is, ordinarily, if we were if we were moving forward with a sort of final pronouncement, then these discussions would be reflected in the basis for conclusions. Now, clearly, the decision will be reflected in the minutes of this meeting. I think there isn't anywhere that we can actually put a BC actually on that. Eileen, do you want to just?
Thank you, Chair. So what we have tried to do with the alignment dashboard is that's actually where we do provide a general commentary on IPSASB's considerations of these IFRICs and SIC interpretations. And so I think for consistency, it would make sense for us to do a similar thing here. Just make sure it is worded very clearly. And as the Chair noted, it will be in more detail within the minutes of today's meeting. So I think that would bring some consistency with our documentation.
Okay, thanks. And I guess also just from a communication point of view, presumably we would be doing an at a glance. There'll be a press release and so on, so we can have a think about just you know, what gets said there. But I think that will be sufficient then in terms of communication on what the proposed way forward from the board on that. Okay. So just talk about next steps then.
Thank you, Chair. So we just had one final paper regarding SMC2 before we, oh, sorry. There we go. So paper 8.2.7 was relating to SMC2 and any other comments that didn't specifically relate to an interpretation. I wouldn't say there's too much to highlight here, no drama in the comments. The constituents did strongly support the IPSASB's decision regarding IFRIC 6 and 6.7 because these interpretations were not considered to have prevalent applicability in the public sector. One thing I did want to highlight to commend the board on is regarding its decision to actually consider the application of 6.7 in greater detail in the future through our maintenance activities. Several constituents did explicitly note their support of the board's consideration on this matter, particularly given the various changes that have happened since this interpretation was issued in, I believe, 1997 or 1998. So dollarization and the existence of other monetary unions definitely do seem to be a consideration for the public sector to take forward in its future work program. And so I just wanted to share that support that constituents had noted in the constituent comments. So based on these reviews, staff are recommending that the IPSASB confirm its decision not to add any guidance relating to these interpretations. So no further work on that part. And just to confirm the decision to continue considering 6.7 as one of those potential items, whether through the application panel or otherwise in the future to address some of the more public sector complexities that exist. The last thing I'll note, and maybe I'm stealing Ross's thunder, so I do apologize if this is the case. From that conversation with the IASB staff, we did also know, okay, sorry, steal your thunder there. We just decided to ask, hey, you know, we've heard this from constituents, we've thought about this as a board, but we don't know if this is, you know, a question you've received in the private sector. So we decided to ask them, as the IASB, have you heard any of your constituents ask for more guidance on taking what is in 6.7 and expanding it, adding new interpretations, whatever that might be, to consider dollarization and other monetary unions. And they've said that they actually haven't heard too much from their broader community. So it was an interesting thing to note. But I think, you know, as always, we will consider it from our public sector side, but this might be a new space for us to take on as the IPSASB versus waiting for the IASB and the IFRIC Interpretation Committee to come up with something for us to then leverage. So just wanted to share that as well from our discussion with the IASB staff. With that, I'll pass it back to Ross because maybe I've missed something.
Not really missed anything, but it was a good discussion and feedback with some of the IASB staff. And I just thought what was interesting out of that, and I thought I'd just share it with the board, is what they have heard around currencies more relates to hyperinflationary economies. So they have heard some noise in that space. So nothing more than that, other than they're not planning any work on other monetary unions or dollarization type economies. But they were hearing a lot on the hyperinflationary economies, given there are several at the moment around the world in that state. So Just thought that was worth sharing with board members. Thought it was interesting.
I mean, I guess that does raise an interesting question in terms of, you know, is there a reason why there should be greater public sector demand for us to spend some time on this? Because that would, you know, that would justify then, you know, or not, moving ahead with a public sector specific piece of work. And I guess the question, you know, we'll need to just contemplate that in terms of, you know, does that take its place when we actually go out for, you know, consultation, mid-period consultation or whatever, Ross?
Yeah, and I think that's how we're thinking about it, is let's start talking to people as we get ready for the mid-period consultation and see if there's enough there that there is a project of some sort where you might do it through that, or whether this is something that's more additional application material that we might take through the application panel in the future. So I think we'll think about it a little bit, but no ideas on whether this is significant enough to be a separate project.
The only thing I'd add just from the constituent comments is those that did support the IPSASB considering this work did acknowledge that it could be quite a lot of research first before you can really get a better sense of what the issue is, if there's an issue with applying the existing guidance and going from there. So I do think, you know, going out and doing a more formal, you know, assessment and understanding through the mid-period would be really useful. So I think constituents would support that from the comment letters.
Okay. So with that, just wanted to check whether there is any member concerns in terms of the proposed way forward on either of these, either IFRIC 6 or 6-7. Okay, no flags raised. So I think we're content with not moving forward, certainly not at the moment. Okay.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to all the members. As we mentioned at the beginning of this presentation and in the papers, we recognized how busy a week it was for members, so we didn't bring forward the actual track changes as presented in the papers. But what staff will be doing is taking these changes forward now that we have board member agreement, and we will bring a track change version of the proposed pronouncement in December for your final review and the formal voting for the approval. And so if there's anything further at the moment, please always reach out. We're happy to discuss further, and we'll be addressing those editorial and drafting changes directly on the document. So thank you very much for the time and for the patience.
Okay, thank you very much, Eileen. You know, it has been a slightly tricky, you know, out of the ordinary piece of work to actually pull all of these together. So, but I think it's you know, an important piece of tidying up in terms of our literature, and it does bring us up to date, and will then move us into the new phase in terms of you know, how we monitor actively what's going on the you know, with IFRIC agenda decisions. And note there's a couple of them coming in, you know, that are out in draft, I think, at the moment, and so on. So you know, it sort of clears the decks in terms of that, and then allows us to move forward into our new processes. Okay, good. So we'll see that back in December. So with that, we are obviously moving ahead of the agenda today. What I would suggest, though, is that we get started on presentation of financial statements, where there's obviously a fair amount of material. So just give us a minute or two whilst we welcome Anthony to the table. Okay, good. Well, it's great to see you here in person. Anthony, I haven't even had a chance to say properly welcome, but welcome, and lead us into, I mean, the item on this is obviously very much in terms of consolidating, you know, all of the progress that we've made so far. You know, which I think is important because, you know, we have covered a range of issues and it's wanting to get us up to date with all of the various material that's been approved. And for the first time that we actually see the sort of more clearly the structure in terms of how the consultation paper and the illustrative exposure draft can work together. So thank you for that work during the period, and over to you, Anthony.
Okay, thank you, Ian. And good morning, board members, technical advisors and observers. Yeah, as Ian has already mentioned, that over the last quarter, the focus has been on consolidation of the issues considered to date by the board so that you can start to see what the illustrative exposure draft and maybe to many of us, more importantly, what the consultation paper starts to look like. Thank you to board members, technical advisors that have already provided editorial comments. Obviously, on a page-by-page basis, there's quite a bit of detail there. So those editorial comments are very useful. And that editorial process will obviously continue as we advance the documents. So as previously, just a quick introduction, then we'll get into the papers. As previously discussed, we are taking a staged approach to this project, that we're first discussing the issues around each of the statements, and then we'll get into the notes later. Then secondarily, based on that consideration of issues, discussing the draft, exposure draft, and what changes are required there, using IFRS 18 as a starting basis, but asking the hard questions around should there be any differences here to reflect the public sector. And then based on discussing those issues, based on looking at what will the actual standard look like and what changes will we make, it gives us a much clearer idea of points that we want to focus on in the consultation paper and any key messages that we want to draw out in the consultation paper. So it's a bit of a back to front way of the way we normally do it, but it allows us to get a clear understanding of the issues before we actually get to the consultation paper, which will be the focus of the reader. So just looking at the timetable, we are looking forward obviously to the statement of financial performance. There's been significant work done on that in the background over the last quarter, so that work has continued. But it works quite well bringing it to December, the statement of financial performance, and that brings in the concept of other comprehensive income and other aspects of getting CAG input on that before we start the discussion of those issues with the board in December. So that will work quite well. And then we also look forward to focus group meetings as discussed before in the first quarter of next year. So moving into the agenda papers themselves, agenda item 9.2.2. First, we've started with the draft consultation paper. We have provided the board with the full draft as has been completed to date based on discussions to date, but we've asked for a focus at this meeting on chapter 2, statement of financial position. Absolutely, staff welcome comments on any of the other chapters, the earlier chapters, the introduction. They have been significantly redrafted from when the board have seen an earlier draft last year. So happy to receive comments offline around those, how that's coming together. But that is not the focus of today. We are focused on the statement of financial position. So no, as we worked through the issues in June, we concluded that there was no substantive, well, the board, the IPSASB concluded that no substantive changes are required into the statement of financial position. So you can almost summarise where we're at in one sentence, that we continue to maintain the status quo of what's in IPSAS 1. IPSAS 1 continues to be aligned with IFRS 18, no changes there. But when we put together the draft chapter, we wanted to reflect the nature and the fullness of the board discussions and give the reader an understanding of the current requirements, reflecting that when we drafted it, we want to try our best to attract a wider audience when reading this. So there may be some people that don't know everything around the current requirements. So we at least wanted to provide that basis understanding. What does IPSAS 1 currently require? And then to allow some understanding of the issues and alternative approaches considered by the IPSASB, and then ultimately where the IPSASB ended up and the preliminary views. And of course, always trying to do that in the most concise way possible. So following that approach, we have developed an approach where we have talked about 3 core aspects for presenting the statement of financial position. I think a key point is that because we are working on the statement of financial performance, that we see those same core aspects being discussed in that chapter, that you're kind of taking them through a journey, and there'll be consistency throughout the CP, that we talk about classification at the high level, how should things be grouped, then we talk about specific line items, and then we talk about what should the structure and should there be any specific subtotals. We'll have that same kind of breakdown when we get to statement of financial performance in the future quarters. So with that, we'll open up for feedback from the board based on chapter 3, and that's turning to agenda item 9.3.1 and pages 13 to 20. And back to you, Ian.
Okay, so what we'll do is, take any general comments overall on the chapter, and then we'll just walk through page by page, I think, and just pick up any sort of other points of concern as we move through. Any sort of overarching comments on how the approach has been taken? Okay, so I'd suggest what we do then is we just literally walk through page by page, and we'll just pick up any comments that anybody's got as we go through. So, Ross, do you want to?
So as noted, we're in agenda item 9.3.1, and we're talking about chapter 3, statement of financial position. That starts on page 13 of that PDF or printed document, if you use printed papers.
Yeah, Claudia.
Thank you. I have a question to figure 1. In figure 1, we have a subtotal called net asset. Then we have components of net assets and equity, and we have an additional subtotal net asset equity. In my mind, the first it was regarding figure 1. In my mind, the first subtotal should be net asset equity, and then maybe there might be the line thereof components of net asset equity, because the subtotal net asset, the first subtotal and the second subtotal should be equal, in my understanding.
You're absolutely right. As soon as you see your comment, I can see it. I think it's just an example getting too close to it. So I understand your point, and we'll fix that.
Good. Thanks for that. So you don't need to cancel it.
So back into page 13. So we just gone past figure 1. Page 13 takes us to paragraph 3.4. Then into 14.
Okay.
I would like to modify the last sentence in paragraph 3.5, where we're talking about that we want only to need to amend the existing requirements. I would so say amend or modifying the existing, because amending means just I can add something, but modifying I can change.
Ross?
We typically use amend when we're talking about our standards to mean adding, changing, modifying. So I don't think we need the modifying as well.
Okay. Okay, members on.
So continuing through the page turn, page 14 takes us to 3.10. Into page 15, starting at 3.11.
Claudia?
I'm sorry, I feel like Liang yesterday. So the first belongs to figure 3. I think there are missing dots because the presentation of the certain categories or lines in the assets or liability, it's not complete. So we shouldn't give it the flavor that's all required line items. And furthermore, in paragraph 3.16, there we're talking about that there exist alternative classification and approaches, and I would like to broaden a little bit the sentence that there are a wide range of, and we are talking only about one example. Now it looks like the only relevant example worldwide is the financial, non-financial approach. That was the only example we looked deeper in and when we decided. And I would like have an introduction which gives them more flavor. There are more examples, there are more differentiations worldwide.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. If we could bring in that feeling into it, that'd be useful. We're trying to keep it short and not talk about other approaches, but the board did discuss other approaches in June. And of course, there's other approaches that we haven't all discussed. So it's just, yeah, we'll look at the editorial around that.
Okay, thanks for that. So move us on, Ross.
So that takes us back to page 15, 3.17. At the end of that page, and then into page 16, starting at 3.18.
Oh, by way of change, Liang.
Thanks. My point is related to paragraph 3.21. I think it is not so true that we say there is currently no universally accepted criteria to classify financial asset and liability. Actually, in my point of view, one reference we can make or we can base is that from the standard of financial instrument, which does define what is a financial asset, what is a financial liability. But the point is that as we discussed in previous board meeting, because actually the application of the definition of financial asset, financial liability is quite controversial. So we may not want to bring such controversial issue into this standard when you classify the presentation of financial statement. So I think maybe we can change this paragraph a bit to say something like that. Thank you.
Yeah, for the simple change could be, and we'll go away and think about it, that there is currently no universally applied.
Ross, you want to come in?
Yeah, so I think we were going in this direction because we did hear some presentations from some national standard setters about different practices and I would say significantly different views on what a non-financial presentation might look like than what we might do in IPSAS. So I would maybe just say there's diversity in practice in the public sector on classifying financial, non-financial. I'd avoid using controversial or any kind of charged words because we're not evaluating them. We're just saying because of diversity in practice, we might not want to go that route.
Thanks, Ross. I think that commands support in terms of the way forward. Okay, so move us on.
So that takes us through to 3.21, end of page 16. And then we're into page 17, starting on 3.22. Claudia?
I'm sorry. It's table 3, where it looks like that's called proposed line items, but it's not complete. We should make sure that we have the same proposed line item lines in the illustrated exposure draft. They are missing some line items.
Okay, thanks. Sort this out.
Okay, moving on through page 17 into page 18. Renee?
Thank you. I have 2 questions. So in footnote 18, we say that we're proposing that the amount of components of that make up an entity net asset, net equity shall be displayed in the face of the statement of financial position or disclosed in a note. Have we deliberated on that? Because that has implications in terms of transparency, whether we want it on the face of the statement or in a note. Can you just remind me, have we deliberated on that?
I'm envisaging there'll be a separate board discussion at a future meeting on those components. And once we get through, I've been waiting, once we get through OCI, which has an impact of how we make up the statement of changes in equity, that will give us more clarity on what those components will look like, and we'll have a discussion on it. So the answer is we have not done that work yet on the components of equity as a future discussion. The footnote's the status quo, but we have not had the board discussion yet.
I mean, I think just as a matter of convention, if you want to include something and there's a further discussion coming up, then I think we just square bracket it at the moment. You know, and that I think just puts a placeholder in, but then we all know where we've got to. Renee, you had another point.
So paragraph 33, the last paragraph on that page, is that we're providing flexibility on the structure and subtotals based on nature and user need for the subtotals in the statement of financial position. So does that mean when I look at figure 2, you know, we have pretty standard subtotals like current assets or is it non-current, current? If I go back to figure 2. Right. So are we saying that we're allowing flexibility for those? Like I was just trying to clarify. Is there really flexibility for all subtotals or maybe some subtotals?
Anthony?
Yeah, there is. We've been aligning with IFRS 18. I'll describe as real flexibility, that if you've got a strong enough case to do something different, to make sure the financial statements are faithfully representative, then you can use different subtotals. It does provide a lot of flexibility, but we are providing in the standard, consistent with the ISB, a standard approach for people to follow. But if they want to apply different subtotals, different structures, then they can, but they're going to have a hurdle to get over to prove why is that a better approach. So it is a question for the board of, do you want to say this is the approach, or do you want to stick with the status quo and continuing to align with IFRS 18 that we do allow, I don't want to say exceptional circumstances, we do allow in certain circumstances based on the nature of the entity for different subtotals to be used.
No, I think we'd already discussed this actually in terms of, I think we continue to allow the flexibility. So there's no public sector specific reason to change. Okay, so I've got Mari and then Lucy.
Yes. Thank you. My concern is about the table 3 proposed line items and similar with Claudia. And there is, yesterday we approved the tangible natural resources. And so we have to pay much attention about the asset side. There is biological assets. However, it is important for specifically important for the public sector, the tangible natural asset. And so we have to consider about it. Thank you.
Thanks, Mari. And did you want to comment on that, Ross?
Yeah, so just on that, I think we just got to think about how we keep track of these items, because at the moment, tangible natural resources is just an ED. So it's not in the IPSAS. So we have to be careful on the timing of finalizing this CP and when it actually is a standard for what we're proposing to include, or we get into an issue where we get ahead of our exposure drafts and we're trying to finalize something and put something in that's not in the framework yet. So I think we note it and keep track of it, but I don't think it'd be appropriate to have it in there now.
Well, I'm wondering whether there's a slight variance on that, which is maybe we include it as a square bracketed item in the table and just footnote that the eventual inclusion or not would be contingent on the outcome of or on, you know, the outcome of the consultation on ED 92. Okay, and then I think, you know, we've logged it, everybody can see it. Okay, Lucy.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, my comment is on paragraph 3.22 of page 17. We said that we acknowledge the benefits of financial and non-financial approach. And I suggest that we soften the second sentence, that instead of we say it does not believe, I think we can reward it by saying that we consider there is no current need to develop a new classification approach in IPSAS. And I don't think, I'm not sure if we also need a BC for this. Thank you.
Ross.
So I think this one's consistent with the earlier point on financial, non-financial. We need to deal with them consistently. And I think we need the appropriate wording in this document because this is the CP portion. We don't normally have BCs in a consultation paper. The question will be on the illustrative exposure draft, how far we're going to go in illustrating what's in the future exposure now. But I don't think we normally do BCs in illustrative exposure drafts.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Well, we can think about how to track it though.
Yeah, I think it's a moot point actually, because we've only done one illustrative exposure draft before, which was on measurements. And obviously, I mean, I think we're developing practice really in this. So I think, as you're right, Ross, I think we probably need to just work out. I mean, I think what we've seen though with this project, and that's the reason why we did it on measurement, is actually there's a lot of granularity here. And in many respects, actually, if the board has formed a view, you know, that may be worth documenting. Certainly constituents last time round actually welcome the option of sort of commenting on the drafting and so on. So, but also the other thing that we're going to have to think here is what the granularity of the preliminary views is. And it may be that because there's a lot of different topics, it's worthwhile including BCs on those in the illustrative exposure draft that allows you to have a more high level, okay, we have decided not to depart from IFRS 18. I don't know, we probably is a bit of thinking that needs to be done because we're creating precedent here. Ross.
So I'll tell you the view, and I think why we didn't do it for measurement is because I think the CP itself should be capturing the board's deliberation and debates. So I think if it's important enough that you'd want a BC in an exposure draft, it should be in the text of the CP so people can understand the proposals. And then once the board finalizes the actual exposure draft, the salient points from the CP become your BCs. Because I think you're running into a risk of having two parts of the conversation disconnected, which I don't think is going to help readers.
No, I think you're right. Thanks for that reminder. And so therefore that does mean we need to make sure that it is written up correctly here, and also that the preliminary views come at the appropriate points. So what that may well mean is that rather than the PV having one PV that sits at the end of the chapter, then actually we have a number of different PVs throughout the chapter. So I think there's a bit of thinking there to be done on that. So thanks for raising that, Lucy. Okay, move us on then.
So I think we were into page 17 and then moving into page 18.
Renee?
Yes, it's in the section where we're discussing the net debt. So so I don't have an issue with the discussion. It's more of an editorial or clarification. 337, we say that presenting the net debt, one of the challenge or drawback is that it does not allow for the presentation of a reporting entity's total asset and total liabilities as illustrated in figure 3. So, okay, but there are ways that you can still get there. So maybe we could modify and say it would be a significant challenge, or it would be so it's just to clarify, because in our jurisdiction, our national standard setter did it, right, successfully. I mean, not without a lot of effort. So it's probably just to acknowledge that it's feasible, but it may be very difficult.
Yeah, Ross.
Yeah, I agree with you, Renee, and kind of knowing how the IPSASB worked over years and that, I think much different position there. So I think the real reason why it's probably not appropriate in our framework is we have a tradition of looking at liabilities from financial liabilities, non-financial liabilities, financial assets, non-financial assets. And then when you bring in a debt measure that's taking certain financial assets and taking a different approach. So then you would have inconsistency between the way our standards are structured related to financial instruments and others, and taking a more narrow view because it's debt. You're looking at net debt. So I think it would be inconsistent with what we've got in our total framework to have a debt measure separately disclosed. I think you'd be giving, conflicting information from what our financial instrument standards. I think that's quite different in the Canadian environment, where they have a much different way of thinking about financial instruments. They've actually structured their classification in the IPSASB standards, building off of their definition of net debt, by looking at how they have their debt and how it's actually settled to classify them, which is quite different than the IPSASB.
So maybe
I'm sorry.
Yeah, maybe I didn't make my point clear. That's not what I think it was. It was more of an editorial in the last sentence. We talk about a significant drawback of the structure is that it does not allow for presentation of total assets and total liabilities. So could we edit that to say that it would be very difficult to achieve presentation, as opposed to it does not allow. So it is a drawback, but it's not an impossible one. That's kind of, it's a nuance, but it's been done, and it's just to recognize that.
Yeah, I mean, it seems to me we can reflect that, and perhaps also the other thing that's you know, come out of this discussion is the sort of nuance around the fact that actually, you know, obviously there may be jurisdictional reasons why you might want to do that, but from an international standard setting point of view, that's not something that we can do. So I think there's you know, if we can finesse it, you know, to address those considerations, that should be fine. And probably what I'd suggest is just in settling that piece of wording, we just exchange, you know, do it offline with Renee. Okay.
So that takes us through page 19 and into page 20, which is the end of this section.
Good. Okay. So I think we just need to reflect on the point in terms of going forward, we'll have clarity that we're not having BCs attached to the illustrative exposure draft because that material will need to appear in the CP. There is also the question around how many PVs and where they're cited. So that's something where when we see this back next, I think we'll need to see it back with the markup with those changes coming through. And I think if we can do that for December, that will be helpful. And then we've landed the chapter. Okay. So I think at that stage, I'd suggest that we take a break there. So I think we will take a break through till 5 to 11 Brussels time. Thank you, everyone. Okay, so just before we get restarted on presentation of financial statements, just sort of looking at scheduling and the agenda, we are ahead of schedule at the moment, and what we're thinking is to take some, we will have the climate related disclosures updated document back mid this afternoon. What we're thinking is that we want to make sure we've got plenty of time for the review of that updated document in the session tomorrow morning. So what we're thinking is that we will pull forward the item on post-implementation reviews so that we get a proper chance to discuss that today, because I think it's important that we get started on that conversation. So that makes, sure that we get to discuss that, but it also means that we've got plenty of time tomorrow morning for walking through the comments on climate related disclosures. So with your forbearance, we'll do that shuffle just to make the most use of the time that we've got together. With that, back to you, Anthony.
Hey, thank you, Ian. And thank you for all the comments on the draft consultation paper. It was incredibly useful, and of course staff will take that forward. So we now move to agenda item 9.2.4, and for the next sections we're talking about the illustrative exposure draft, where we're bringing back to the board the drafting based on the issues that we've discussed in previous meetings. The first tranche is the general requirements for presenting financial statements. IPSASB 1 and IFRS 18 include a significant amount of guidance that covers the underlying principles. Many of the principles that we take for granted and been in place for many years and are well understood, but it does provide important principles for how you prepare financial statements. It is interesting when you work through the content and see what IFRS 18 has done, that they have moved significant content to application guidance. When I've worked through that process, I feel that it's very consistent with what the IPSASB has done in recent IPSASs issued, that the core standards concise and got the core principles, and then the application guidance has the additional material, but absolutely both are authoritative text. So moving into this section, again, we'll move through a page turn. Oops. Yeah, sorry. We'll move through a page turn of the core standard and then the application guidance to get any comments on the drafting. Looking for comments of a substantive nature. There are some editorials and they're coming through, and I'm sure there'll be a few more. But any comments from a substantive nature would be most useful on these general requirements, which in summary are largely aligned with existing requirements and are aligned with IFRS 18. So back to you.
Yeah, we're going to walk through on 9.3.2.
Yeah, sorry, we are moving to 9.3.2, starting on page 21, paragraph 38.
So again, going into 9.3.2, we'll just walk through the document. As Anthony said, if you're in a PDF, that's page 21 and also page 21 of your printed documents. So on page 21, we've got paragraphs 38 to 40 with the markup proposed. Page 22, we move into paragraphs 41 to 45. Again, markup shown in red. Page 23, paragraphs 46 to 48. Page 24.
Yep, Claudia.
Just for clarity, there's the remark that we will consider at the future IPSASB board meetings, the topics about going concern and materiality. That means we have just seen the first drafting, we will come back later on again.
Yes, that's correct. And yeah, I was going to mention that at the start, that definitely going concern and material information will come back to a future meeting. Yes, there's some drafting there, but yeah, leave that to a future meeting where we will discuss the issues. There are some specific issues definitely around going concern that we want board feedback on. And of course, material information is a topic that deserves its own focus at a future meeting. So not for the
So that takes us back into page 24. Page 25. Page 26.
Yep, Claudia.
Thank you, Chair. It's regarding the paragraphs under the subtotal of frequency of reporting. IFRS used the term end of its reporting period. And we had in the past reporting date and modified now to reporting period. I'm not sure if all it's correct that we can change directly from reporting date to reporting period. Sometimes it have to be, in my view, end of its reporting period, because that's the reporting date. I would suggest that Anthony is reviewing this paragraph 55 to 57, if you have really used the right term. Especially in paragraph 56, it seems wrong.
We have made a decision that's linked to other project work that's ongoing to use reporting period. There's confusion that's caused between reporting period and reporting date. Especially reporting date. Is the reporting date when you publish your financial statements? Is it the end of your accounting period? Or is it something else? But we're going with reporting period that we feel is much clearer description. And you're right that we absolutely need to be consistent on that.
But I think you have really to make sure because we are based on a few of the drafting, it's really reporting period. And in my mind, it's especially in 56 is to change the reporting date. If you have a transition from cash to accrual accounting, then maybe you change the reporting date, so it's the end of the reporting period, and you don't normally change the reporting period during that process. But I'm not really convinced. It seems sometimes we should just review it again. I think I propose. No.
Yeah, it's obviously, we need to be consistent from the point of view of our literature, given this is a paragraph that's been carried forward. So. Yep, okay. So take that one away. Thanks, Claudia.
So that takes us through page 25 into page 26. Page 27. Page 28.
Angela?
Thank you, Chair. I'm looking on page 28 at paragraph 65, which is a previous decision to require a third statement of financial position on the face in the event of accounting policy and retrospective application. I noted in the staff paper that we will be looking to make this quite prominent and ask a question. And I suppose just reflecting, if I had my time again, I would have advocated more strongly that there is a public sector difference in requiring this. It's not a current requirement in IPSAS, so it is a change to current practice. But I do think there is a public sector difference because most public sector accounts have budget columns, and I think and comparative columns, and I think an additional column for the two events on the face is not that helpful, and I'm not sure it really satisfies a user need. So I appreciate we decided at the previous meeting, and I just wanted to double check. I'd be very interested in how we describe the potential issue, because it is a change from current practice, and an SMC.
I mean, I think, you know, firstly, just to push back on the budget point, because that isn't something that's a requirement of ours, and practice varies on that, frankly. So, you know, that's not necessarily a determinant. I think, as you say, there is a, you know, it wouldn't be unreasonable to actually have a specific matter for comment on this, or rather, in the case of what we do here, to express a preliminary view, because essentially the overall approach is that this is, you know, alignment with IFRS 18. Now, it's actually a requirement that changed in the IFRS literature, I think, if I'm right. So therefore, in a sense, although it's not in our existing literature, it is in IFRS 18, and therefore actually, and there isn't, you know, question mark, there isn't a public sector reason to depart, which was basically the discussion that we had before. So I think there's no harm in actually, if you like, calling attention to that. But I think the view would be that there isn't a public sector reason to depart, and therefore that's why we brought the requirement in, even although that's not in IPSAS 1. It's just it's more an elapse of time in terms of what practice is rather than anything else.
I have one other comment, if I may. In reflecting the requirement there, I did note, and I'll mention it now, but AG 26 is talks about comparatives and third balance sheets, and it uses the words may present on the face. So I just wonder if there's a drafting consistency. I think that might have come from our previous literature where it was a may. So it maybe just tidying it up. So I think that's AG 26, Anthony. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that, Angela. Okay.
So that takes us through page 28 into page 29, where we get to the end of this particular part of the core standard at page 68, sorry, paragraph 68. And then we're going to go into the application guidance that starts on page 39 of the PDF.
Sorry, Angela, are you still in or? Okay.
Following on for the flip through the AGs, we're looking at AG 22 as the first one. Again, that starts on page 42 of your PDF. I think this slide might be wrong.
Page 42.
It's at the top of 42 in the PDF. So that takes us through page 42. If everybody's found their way there. So through AG 24 on page 42. And then on 43 to AG 27 at the end of the page.
Okay, just checking there are no points to raise on those AGs. Apologies, we are dotting around a little bit, but that's kind of inevitable in terms of consolidating everything that we've done before. Angela.
Thank you, Chair. I'm looking at AG 27 on page 43. And after the track changes, the next sentence talks about enhancing the inter-period comparability of information. It talks about assisting users of financial statements in making economic decisions. I wondered whether we should have more public sector, I forget the words, but economic and sort of service potential idea, just because our accounts are not just used for economic decisions.
Yeah, I think you're right, Angela. So if we can pick up the language from the framework, I think that would be the appropriate. And as you say, Angela, I'm sure we've got the right wording there that we can just pull over. Okay. Good. Right. Okay, so move us on, Anthony.
Moving into the section on the principles of aggregation and disaggregation. I would informally say these aren't changing the world, but why do I say that? It's because these principles largely exist within the current literature in IPSASB 1 and the framework. But the ISB has added additional guidance here in response to concerns that reporting entities provide too much detailed information or not enough detailed information in certain circumstances. So the ISB responded to that, so we're talking about IFRS 18, by introducing principles around the location of information, whether information goes in your primary financial statements or within your notes. And we've discussed the drafting of that in June 24. So we've discussed that section of how they've responded to this issue. And then the issue, they provided general principles for aggregation and disaggregation, additional guidance, including general guidance on when people disclose line items called other, that dumping ground for anything else that doesn't fit anywhere. So to provide a specific guidance around that, really pushing against that other description and being much more prescriptive when labelling line items. And finally, just to round this off, how they've responded to this issue around not having enough information or too detailed information, that there are specific requirements for aggregation, disaggregation for the statement of financial performance, which of course will be coming to a future meeting. So today we're talking about the underlying principles. So now we turn back to the page flip of the illustrative ED 9.3.2, starting with the core standard.
So this brings us back to page 29 of the PDF, starting at paragraph 69 and the paragraphs related to aggregation and disaggregation. Page 30. and page 31 through to paragraph 74 at the top of the page. So if no comments on that, then we'll look to the AGs that start on page 44. And we're looking at AG 28 to AG 40. So AG 28 is at the top of page 44. And on that page, we run through to AG 31. And we move into page 45, starting at AG 32.
Claudia.
Thank you. AG 35. Included an example when it's allowed to aggregate or disaggregate. Let's use an example which is quite common in the private sector, distinguishing financial assets. What I miss is we need to clarify what is with our public sector specific current value. We have now two current values, a fair value and a current operational value. If it's allowed to aggregate them or not. If have the same value measurement or base. And I think we need to make it clear in one of the paragraph as an addition for public sector reason to depart from the private sector standard, because it's not clear for our understanding.
Thanks, Claudia. I think that seems sensible that we should actually do that and make that clear. Everyone okay with that change? Okay, thanks for that suggestion.
So that takes us back into page 45, which ends at AG 35. Into page 46, AG 36 to 37. Page 47, AG 38 to AG 39. And then we go to AG 40 at the top of page 48.
Okay, so just to check that there are no further points that members want to bring up on those AGs. Okay, that's good. Thank you very much. So move us into the next paper.
Thank you. So we now move into the drafting of the first primary financial statement, which we've talked about the issues. We've walked through the consultation paper chapter for the statement of financial position. So based on the feedback provided in June, we've aligned the drafting with IFRS 18. Public sector specific paragraphs have been carried forward where relevant and continue to be useful from IPSASB 1. And consistent with IFRS 18, we have moved content to the new application guidance section. The end result is the requirements for the statement of financial position are substantially consistent with the existing requirements in IPSASB 1 that remained substantially consistent with the requirements in IFRS 18. The IASB has not introduced significant change in this area. So moving into the page flip of statement of financial position, starting with core standard, paragraph 124, page 31, still in agenda item 9.3.2.
So back into the page flip. So this takes us, as Anthony said, to page 31 of the document, starting with paragraph 124. I'll just give people a moment to get there if they've got physical papers. So page 31 runs from 124 to 126. And page 32 is 127 to 130. Page 33 is 131 and 132.
Mike.
So thank you, Chair. So just a quick comment on para 132. I really don't see why we should reference to transfer expense in revenue. Only here is it a little bit too inconsistent because we have it, or we might have it for natural resource as well. And I think the opening clause, it is 100 and paragraph 134. So I would suggest to leave out 132.
And you're on that as well, Angela. Yeah, okay. Anthony.
Paragraph. Paragraph 132 was looking to address the fact that IPSASB 47 and 48 includes specific requirements to display specific line items, but they're not listed in paragraph 130. But we thought, rather than list them in 130, based on previous board discussions, we felt that it should be at least highlighted in the standard or referred to in the standard.
Angela, do you want to go, or Mike, do you want to go? Mike, you go, and then.
Yeah, I clearly understand, but it's the same with natural resources as well. And due to the inconsistency, you might ask yourself, okay, why is it in here and why the other standard not?
I mean, I guess, you know, consistent with that discussion that we had, I would say the thing to do then is as we've done in that table in the CP, you know, we add them in. It's a slightly different situation that this is something that this is an actual requirement that we added in IPSAS 47, 48, and therefore they should be in that table. And I think we just note that, you know, that's just a reflection of what's in our standards. And then similarly, you know, and that would apply for tangible natural resources as well. So we just pick it up that way. And then, as you say, Mike, then that would mean that we delete here.
Okay.
Okay. And obviously they would then appear in that list.
Yep.
Okay, Angela.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to check that decision because I don't know if it was a board discussion or a task force discussion, but the reason we didn't put them in the list in the broader tables was what to call them, how to label them. And I think we had a concern that in isolation against things like property, plant and equipment and cash and bank, they looked quite technical and they didn't look like they fitted that well in terms of a label. So I think the compromise decision was not to put them in the table, but make reference to them in the document. And I think perhaps it's the best of, you know, two difficult decisions, but I suppose I would, if we have to put a focus on them, I have to say I would prefer them in 132, but I actually agree with Mike. When you read it, it feels odd to isolate one standard. So I would prefer not to put them back in the list. I'd prefer this not to be here either, but I think that's my concern.
David, you wanted to come in?
Yes, thank you. I mean, I would prefer them to be in the list because it does look odd to have them separated down here, and if you had to put tangible natural resources down there, but if you look at some of the line items in the list in paragraph 130, it does sort of go as required by IPSAS or as defined in IPSAS. So couldn't you just put into the list something like a sort of generic revenue items as required by IPSAS 47 or expense items as required by IPSAS 48, so that you've got them in the list and you're referring to the detailed requirements in the IPSAS in line with one or two of the other line items in that list?
Ross?
I think I agree with where David's going, but I just wonder if we're focusing too much on revenue and transfer expenses on the statement of financial position. These are more statement of financial performance line items. So I would expect to see something in that statement. And if there is, you know, an statement of financial position item that comes out of that from the standard will tell you what to do. So I just wonder if that's more the more logical way.
I mean, I think we were caught up on the fact that this is a disclosure requirement in the actual standards, isn't it? And obviously it's subject to materiality, which I think goes to Angela's point. So, you know, from a point of view of completeness, you know, and cross-referencing, and maybe, you know, the point to make is it is subject to materiality. So if you know, this is the letter of what we've actually got in 47 and 48, then probably they should be in the list. But with that overall context, you know, just in terms of it is subject to materiality. So I think if we can just check that as a matter of fact, if it is a matter of fact, then I think they should be there, just for sake of completeness. You know, and it will obviously depend on the year end and all that kind of thing in terms of the significance of these items. So, and the nature of the organization. So, and, you know, so I think if we have that instruction, just to double check if it's a requirement of the standard, then let's put it in, you know, and we'll handle it accordingly in the CP. Okay.
So back into the page flip. That takes us to the end of page 32. Continuing into 33.
Sorry, I thought you were putting your flag up. No, okay. Now. Go ahead. Mike.
Let's get up. So a comment on paragraph 133. I believe it doesn't make sense to repeat what is exactly said in paragraph 29 in accordance, and repeat what paragraph 29 says. So now it's common to all the provisions that if it's not material, and paragraph 29 even says, even if you are required to display blah, blah, or to disclose, so okay, we could just forget that paragraph. It's redundant. It doesn't add to what the readers has already been requested previously.
So I think that was the point Claudia was going to make as well. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, my response. That's based on the assumption that the reader reads paragraph 1 to 133. But I'm relaxed.
Yeah, I think we're writing principles here. We shouldn't be adding rules reminding people to read things.
Okay, it's gone. So that was it, Virgia? Are you still in? No, okay.
So back into the page flip, that takes us through 34, which takes us to paragraph 136, and then into 35 to paragraph 138.
Okay, just checking there are no other comments. Okay.
So now we're going to jump forward to page 48. And we're starting at AG 102 under the title Statement of Financial Position. And we're going to go to 105 on page 48. Sorry, AG 105.
Lucy.
Thank you, Chair. My comment actually is on page 48, AG 103. It says that for some entities such as financial institutions, I suggested we delete that if we cannot cite an example of an entity, because financial institutions usually use IFRS. Thank you.
I mean, I guess it's going to be less common in the public sector, but it doesn't make the, you know, given the context, it doesn't seem to be out of place. Ross?
Yeah, I do believe, again, this is, when you read the full paragraph, it's clearly about order of liquidity, something that's very common for financial institutions. There are financial institutions in the public sector, so it might be more rare, but I don't think.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't, I don't think it does any harm. I mean, take the points, you know, in terms of maybe rarer, but it's still there. So if we're okay, we'll leave that.
So that takes us through page 49, AG 106 and 107. Page 50, AG 108 to 110. Page 51.
Camira.
Thanks, Chair. I'm in AG 109, the normal operating cycle for the classification of current liabilities. This is somehow new for IPSAS. And I know we discussed also this classification in a couple of sessions ago for improvements to IPSAS. But in this case, my question is if it's not creating somehow confusion, because we are saying somehow that whenever there is a normal operating cycle and we are making some specific examples, government transfers payable, then will be classified as current liabilities, even if they are due to be settled in the future. So my ask will be if you could make a further analysis on this, so it's something appropriate or how risky it could be for us, also because it talks about new concepts, normal operating cycle, and mentions some examples, but it could be very difficult for preparers to identify when to classify that as current or not current. So thanks.
Ross?
I think it makes sense to have another look at it. Because I mean, you're replacing government transfers payable. It's very specific with trade payables, but there still are payables that aren't transfers payable. So maybe the original wording there would be closer to what you'd want, because I do agree, spend a lot of time on multi-year transfers and multi-year revenue arrangements that I think are a little broader than just payables.
Okay, thanks, Camilla. So instructions staff to review that again. Sorry, Lucy.
Thank you, Chair. Just a follow up on my comment, because in paragraph 135, the financial institution was replaced to public sector entity. So that's actually, I based my comment on that deletion of financial institution in paragraph 135. Thank you.
I think staff can just double check the consistency on that. I mean, I think the point stands that there are financial institutions, and in the AG, the text is perfectly fine, but okay, so we'll just check for consistency on the change in the core text. Okay, thanks, Lucy.
So that takes us into page 51, AG 111 to 113, 52, AG 114 to 118, 53, AG 119 and 120, 54, AG 121 to 123, and last on 55, AG 124. That's it.
Okay, thanks, Ross. Just checking there were no further comments on those AGs. Okay, that's good. Oh, sorry, Lucy.
Thank you, chairs. Sorry for this belated comment, but related to Angela's comment on AG 120, can we delete economic resources there in 120A? In delete economic. Thank you.
I'm not sure there's a need for deletion of economic there, but okay, we'll have a look at it. Okay, so with that, we are into the remaining item that we had held over from last time's meeting.
Thank you. Yes, that takes us through the drafting of the illustrative exposure draft to date. So thank you very much for those comments. This final agenda item for this section is bringing back the question of retaining order of liquidity as an approach that's permitted in the IPSASB standard going forward. We're asked to consider this a little bit further and bring it back to the board, which of course we have done. The recommendation from staff is to retain the order of liquidity approach within IPSASB or within the proposed illustrative exposure draft. That maintains alignment with IFRS 18, that maintains alignment with IPSASB 1. It is currently used by specific public sector entities, so there is a reason for retaining it on an exception basis. And we also note that even if you do apply an order of liquidity approach, there is a requirement remains to disclose the current, non-current distinction in the notes. So you're still going to get that information even if you apply an order of liquidity approach. We recommended that a BC be added, so this will move into the CP, to emphasise that the approach is expected to be applied on an exception basis. So it's really a question of how much emphasis we provide to that and how we explain that. As provided in the board papers, the ISB doesn't explain or doesn't provide any criteria for when that exception applies, just provides that it is expected to be applied on an exception basis.
So, sorry, Anthony, can we just, I want to check whether board members agree with the first recommendation is that we retain the exception. Angela.
I agree that we retain by exception the liquidity approach for the reasons that Anthony's outlined in his introduction.
Thanks, Angela. Anybody disagree with the recommendation that we retain that? Okay, so I think that's a board decision that, we retain the exception. So then the question is actually how we actually address that in the drafting, in terms of the subsequent recommendations here. So, okay.
So for the BC, I don't want to get into drafting during the meeting. For the BC, I don't want to get into drafting during the meeting, and I'm sure members have got comments on improving this BC, which we welcome. But are there any comments of a principle or substantive nature of what this BC is trying to say?
Ross, did you want to go before I take Angela? Okay, Angela, to you.
Thank you, Chair. It was just a suggestion. In the explanation, we talk about there are financial institutions in the public sector, and I'd just like to strengthen that and say, from a whole of government reporting, I think there is a very strong case for the liquidity presentation, because in many jurisdictions, I would argue the whole of government accounts is probably the largest financial institution in the jurisdiction. And obviously they also have property, plant and equipment, natural resources perhaps, but many whole of government accounts are primarily borrowings, investments in financial instruments. So I think that's another important reason to retain the exception approach, and that may be something reflected in the BCs.
Agree with Angela on that. I just think we're talking BCs, but we've got a CP, so I think there should be a paragraph or two in the CP itself.
Yeah, and obviously that is a key decision that we retain that. So if we just have a section on that, and then we can get the right explanation into that along the lines that has been proposed here in the context of the BC. Okay.
And the last aspect of this was, we looked at it more closely, is that IFRS 18 and currently IPSASB 1 allows for what is described as a mixed approach when presenting the statement of financial position, that you can have current, non-current and an order of liquidity. We looked at this, and in the staff view, what we found is we could not find evidence of this being applied in practice, definitely not broadly. It is not clear in the ISB literature or ours what a mixed approach would look like. What does this actually mean? And also staff reacting to what we heard from the board last meeting, that we want to be encouraging a consistent approach here. And that consistent approach is saying that the general approach is current, non-current, but on an exception basis, we will allow for order of liquidity. So based on that, principle, why would we then allow for a mixed approach? It seems to run against that principle. But I'm comfortable in saying as staff, we are running against the grain here. This is taking out something that's an IFRS 18. It's taken out, well, it's changing, modifying something that's currently in IPSAS 1. Has anyone raised an issue with this? No. So we could easily let it go. But when I've looked at it as a staff member, it seems to run against the principle of consistency here. And I feel uncomfortable when I can't explain what this mixed approach actually is.
Claudia.
As we said, our idea is we align as long with IFRS as possible. Even if we don't see how we can manage this mixed approach, I don't see really that it's a public sector issue, because the comparability between financial statements also in the private sector. Maybe it's an issue if you have a consolidated financial statement and you have consolidated the financial institution of the state together with the whole of government. I don't know. But I don't really see that we have really a public sector specific issue to don't be aligned with IFRS.
Thanks, Claudia. Ross, you want to come in?
Yeah, just to say I completely support Claudia on this. I think we follow alignment very specifically, and I heard some arguments on why you don't think it's needed, but none of them to me are public sector specific in this case. So we might want something in the CP to say we haven't found any entities that we think are applying this approach currently or that would use it, but we also didn't identify any public sector reason to exclude it. So we've left it in. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that's probably the best way forward on that one. Okay. So I think we retain and treat in the way that you've done it. You suggested, Ross, in the CP. So I think that takes us through the item then. Yep.
So before we move on to the next item, I've got some bittersweet news to share with the board today. Bitter because unfortunately this is Anthony's last meeting on the staff, and you've just went through Anthony's last session as an IPSASB staff member. Because he'll be departing at the end of the month and joining a new role that he'll tell you a little bit more about locally in New Zealand. So, and I say bittersweet because it's a good opportunity for Anthony. So we're happy to see him moving on to a new opportunity that allows him to continue to grow his career. But bitter because we've had Anthony around the board in various iterations over the years. So most recently over the last year as a staff member leading on our presentation of financial statements project. But for those who've been around for a few years, you'll remember the first time Anthony joined us in the IPSASB discussions was in March 2016 at the New York meeting, and then at the first Public Sector Standard Setters Forum in Norwalk, Connecticut. And at that time, Anthony was the deputy director of the staff of the Accounting Standards Board of New Zealand. He even supported us along with Todd Beardsworth at the time, who was the director of the staff on the XRB on our transfer expenses project, working together with staff from the GASB for a couple of years. And he quickly became the director of the Accounting Standards Board when Todd moved on to a new role, and became the technical advisor for a number of years, supporting Angela at one point and then Todd for a number of years. So the time with Anthony around the board goes back quite a bit, many years as a volunteer and most recently as staff. So although we're sad to see Anthony go, we're happy that he's moving on to a career opportunity that allows him to continue to grow his career. So with that, I do want to pass it to Anthony to say a few words, and just from the staff, thanks for all the support over the years. Anthony, wish you the best.
Right. Thank you, Ross. expected this to be difficult, and I already know it's going to be. So I have made a few notes, but maybe to Ross hasn't mentioned where I'm going. I'm joining the Office of the Auditor General in New Zealand as a director in the audit department there. So an exciting opportunity, but a very difficult decision, and that went through a process, but the summary is family. And could we actually move to Toronto? Me and my wife wanted to, we still wanted to. Could we actually leave the boys behind? The question continually was, we don't know, still don't know. So we decided to make the move, and a life decision of staying in New Zealand, very, very difficult. So the announcement of my departure from the IPSASB staff will, I'm sure, come as a surprise to many of you. I have been in denial all week. This is my last meeting, and I'm not prepared to say goodbye. And so it's been much easier to pretend it's not happening, and that's what I've done. It's now suddenly become very real, but it's not going to be a full goodbye, I can guarantee that. Like everyone who has the privilege and honour of contributing to the work, the important work of advancing public sector reporting and being a member of the IPSASB family, it's something that you don't want it to end. You want it to last forever, and it's been an absolute privilege to have been part of the IPSASB family. I've had the fortune of being a technical advisor for the past 8 years, and now a staff member. First and foremost, this has provided the opportunity to work and rub shoulders with amazing people on the board, the technical advisors, and the incredibly gifted members of staff. That's been a privilege, especially over the last year, working closely with them. I've heard it from many other speakers when they do similar speeches, and I feel very grateful that I've got an opportunity to speak. There is something uniquely special about the IPSASB, being involved in standard setting internationally and my previous roles at a national level. I have worked in various roles across the accounting profession in my career. I feel like I'm starting to get a little bit older, and without doubt, standard setters have the highest level of intellect, professionalism, and most importantly, deep down people that live for their families, care for their fellow colleagues, and when the opportunity arises, like and know how to have a good time and to laugh. So extremely important. I want to take this opportunity to thank and acknowledge a few people, and I'm going to miss people out, so my apologies for that I can't name everyone. There's so many special friends. First of all, thank you to Angela and Todd Besworth for allowing me to serve as their technical advisors, representing New Zealand and striving to achieve the best standards possible, the best international standards possible. In particular, the extended time working with Todd was extremely special and was a blessing. We're very similar in a number of aspects, and we got along together extremely well. Todd was a constant source of wisdom and support and friendship, and catching up with Todd next week for a drink. With my appointment as technical advisor, I also acknowledge the support of, you won't know all these people, but Warren, Alan, and April McKenzie, CEOs of the External Reporting Board. Of course, I wouldn't be here today without the support of those people in New Zealand and giving the confidence of me coming over for this strategic position. Secondly, I'm not going to take too long. I'd like to thank Ian Carruthers and congratulate him on everything he has achieved over my time at the IPSASB. I've been able to see the journey, not the whole journey, but a significant amount of it, starting when I first started with the approval of social benefits, and there's a little bit of stress around that. Followed by revenue and transfer expenses. That was a long-running project, but incredibly important work that I personally had very strong views on and very pleased with where we ended up. Lease accounting, so congratulations to Joe and all the work there. and now the groundbreaking work on sustainability and natural resources, which is absolutely amazing. Over the past year, I've had the privilege of working directly with Ian. I'm extremely fortunate as a staff member and seeing how things work behind the scenes that you don't always see, definitely as a board member and as a technical advisor. So the support provided by Ian during this time, as he provides to all staff, has been exceptional. It is amazing, and a partnership between the chair and staff and the directors. To the staff of the IPSASB, you are truly world-class, and I'm constantly in awe of everything you achieve and how you go about delivering your work. It is amazing, and yeah, I'll remember my time working as a staff member fondly. Of course, you always remember your first, and I remember first presenting to the board, and of course I was very nervous. I'd seen other staff members, and when they present for the first time, everyone's eyes is on them. You are watching them carefully. So the support of the team during that time was absolutely amazing, and they were behind me, and I could just feel it. And their comments of support was awesome. And again, I won't forget that. To Ross, as Dave, as directors of the IPSASB, thank you for your support, patience, wisdom, and guidance during my time as a staff member. Together, and I do see Ross and Dave as very much a strong partnership when you see them work together on a daily basis. It's very much a partnership, and you together embody all the attributes of true leaders. Your compassion and commitment to the IPSASB is reflected in everything you achieve and how you interact with staff, how you interact with board members and our important stakeholders. Last of all, I want to acknowledge on a personal note, 3 colleagues who I have formed very close relationships with during my time at the IPSASB. And first of all, David Watkins. I always remember the first time we met. There was an innocent glance across the board table, and we caught each other's eyes. There was an instant moment of magic. I think we both knew instantly we would become close friends, and of course, that's exactly what has happened. So, David, thank you for your support for me and my family. Mark Wimmuth, from day one and our first drink together, you have been a trusted colleague and close friend. We have shared very many memorable evenings, and I will miss the midnight text messages from Mark asking if I want to join him for an evening stroll under the stars along the Toronto Lake. I don't know if people know the term internationally, but we've had very much a bro romance. We weren't holding each other's hands, but it was pretty close. Lastly, Ross Smith. What can I say? I struggle at this point because I see so much. You are a great guy, and I've had the blessing of calling the closest of friends. I almost the laughs and the guidance and the wisdom. I've had the privilege of seeing Ross as you have taken up the mantle from John Stanford and become director and program manager who is respected worldwide for what you're achieving and, more importantly, how you go about achieving it. So with that, thank you to you all. Apologies for people I haven't mentioned. It's goodbye for now, and I look forward to continuing to follow and contribute to the important work of the IPSASB. So thank you.
So I think, you've heard the applause there, Anthony. I think, truly on behalf of the board, thank you very much for everything that you've done over the last, 9 years. And yeah, I was trying to think, actually, the first time I remember meeting you was at the first Standard Setters Forum in Norwalk, and I think you had a large glass of red wine in your hand at that point in time. I think, you know, there's no doubt that you've contributed a huge amount in terms of your technical knowledge, you know, over the years, you know, and I think particularly, and thank you very much for your kind words about working together. I think, you know, the strong foundations that you've laid directly in the work that you know, you put into the presentation of financial statements project, which is a crucially important project for the board. I think, you know, you've made a huge contribution to what I think will be a very pivotal project for the board. And so, you know, certainly I think both on behalf of the board, but also personally, thank you very much for everything that that you've done and you've contributed in that. I think those of us that have been around the board for a long while have seen a very strong line of representatives from New Zealand, you know, and that line goes right back to, you know, Ian Ball as the sort of chair of what was then the IFAC Public Sector Committee, who kicked off the IPSAS standards project. And I think, you know, Ian's successors, you know, in terms of Kevin Simpkins and, you know, Ken Warren, Angela and Todd have all carried on that, you know, that thread. And I think, you know, you're very much up there with that. And they are an illustrious group in terms of public sector standard setting, both nationally within New Zealand, but also I think internationally. The board's had a huge amount of input, very high quality input from New Zealand over the years. And I think the comments you've made around and Ross has made about the various different roles you've played, I think very much from our point of view, we're saying au revoir, we're not saying goodbye. I've used the analogy before, but I think it's very true. You know, IPSASB is a family. I think it's the sort of, you know, getting to know people, both professionally in the debates in the board, but also outside the board, which is something very special. And the number of times I've seen people, you know, go away for a few years, come back and so on. I think it's very much that sort of Hotel California. You can check out anytime you like, but you can never leave. So we wish you the very best in you know, your next role, and we await your next incarnation around the board table, whatever that may be. But in the meantime, all the very best to you and thank you. And that's to you and the family as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. So with that, we're going to move on to, so as advertised, we will allow Edwin to return to the hot seat again, and we will move into discussion of the item on post-implementation reviews. So just give Edwin a minute or two to...
Thanks, Ian. I've been told that I only have 20 minutes, so I'll try to make this quick. So the next agenda item is on post-implementation reviews. And as members could see from the paper, there are no decisions to be made at this point. Staff is just introducing the concept of post-implementation reviews and also presenting our preliminary recommendations for how they should be conducted. So as some background, as part of our strategy, in the 2024 to 2028 work program consultation, we allocated resources to conduct post-implementation reviews as part of maintenance of IPSAS. So we've received quite a lot of strong support for the creation of a post-implementation review process. And actually actually a number of respondents said that we should really base our process on the IASB's post-implementation review. And that's really to establish and enhance consistency between the private sector and the public sector. Okay. So most of this presentation will actually walk through the IASB's process, because our preliminary approach is to start with the IASB's process and then layer on or look to public sector specific national standard setters and layer on their post-implementation review processes, if applicable. So what we've done is we look to the processes in Canada with PSAB. We also look to the GASB in the US and also the ASB in South Africa. Okay, so in terms of the objective of the post-implementation review, it's really to assess whether the effects of new requirements, so new standards, on the users of financial statements, preparers, auditors, regulators, are as intended when these new requirements were developed. So we've essentially just taken the IASB's objective and adapted it so that we're the preliminary objective for the IPSASB is really what I've just said, but really focused on when the IPSASB was developing these new requirements. And how we're going to assess if this objective has been met is really looking at a number of considerations that are listed on the slide. So we're going to see if the new standards or the new requirements that we've issued are clear, and if the core principles are suitable, as in, are they technically sound and do they actually address the issues that we originally set out to address? We're going to consider whether there are significant questions about how to apply these principles. Because even if we have a great set of principles, if nobody really understands how to apply them, then we've essentially have a problem in our standard setting process and we need to revisit those. Okay? We'll also assess whether the benefits of applying these new principles outweigh the cost, because if they do not, then really there is no real benefit at all to changing to these new standards, and it might be better to revert back to what we have now. And also the last consideration is, as we're developing these new standards, there may be contentious matters in the market or at government entities that need to be considered and incorporated into our new standards. So our post-implementation review will also look at how these new contentious matters were addressed by the new requirements that we issued. Okay, I guess before I jump to that, before I jump into that, I'll pause here for comments from board members.
So if you can just flip back to the previous slide, just so we've got that in front of us, that'd be helpful. So just want to get any comments on that, you know, proposed approach to doing the assessments. Yeah, Claudia.
I have thought about how we can measure the criteria, benefits and costs from the new requirements. And it seems a little bit ambitious to try to use this as a consideration that we have keep in mind, as already when we have published our standards, it's the same when you think about what's the cost benefit. But it seems very high, or it's very difficult, it seems for me, or challenging to get this information on a fundamental basis.
Do you want to go back? I mean, I think it's you know, that's always a challenge, isn't it? In that we get the concept, but actually how you do that in practice. I just wonder if there's any comments on how, if you like, IASB tend to approach that.
Yeah, so looking to the IASB, it wasn't really they didn't really measure or quantify the costs and benefits. It was more of a qualitative assessment. So surveying constituents to say, like, how has this application been, or how how has the cost of adopting these standards compared to the perceived benefits of the new information that's being generated by these new standards? So there was never really a quantification. It was more of a gut check, I would say, and seeing qualitative comments from constituents. Like sometimes they might say, well, you know, we've went through all this work, but we ended up with the same accounting. So it seemed like there wasn't really any benefits at all. So it was more those types of comments.
Thanks. I mean, there's a couple of points that come out from that, then I'll just, you know, because it does strike me that, you know, just to that cost point, then inevitably with any new requirement, there are implementation costs, but then I guess there's a kind of ongoing costs point, and it's more perhaps what the ongoing costs are. And, you know, perhaps also, and I mean, this is true, but for ISB, but it's even more true for us, that actually it's a public interest benefit in a sense, actually, versus that ongoing cost. And we might want to just reflect on, is that something that, you know, we want to be more explicit on, or is it in you know, so I just, you know, I'll float that number of flags up. So maybe I'll just go round. So David, then Lynn, then Adrienne.
Thank you, Ian. A couple of things from me. I mean, you picked up just then on public interest, and I just wonder whether the assessment also ought to include a consideration of whether or not, when we were issuing the original standard, that we had addressed all relevant public sector specific needs, because I think there are some where that did not happen. And the other thing is, should the PIR also perhaps take account of anything that's been raised by the application panel, because that could be a good steer on some of the things we might want to look at.
Thanks, David. So I'll just carry on round and take comments. So Lynn, then Adrienne, then I think it was Liang, and then Angela.
So I sort of hesitated about whether or not my comment is about objective or about activities. So, and I think that might apply to some other comments that you might get, you know, what do we want to embed into the objective compared to what do we want to make sure we do in the activities. But the more I sort of sat and reflected, the more I thought about actually maybe part of my comment is about the objective. And my comment is in relation to adoption of a standard, and, you know, to the extent to which actually the pronouncements of as issued are being adopted in full, or are being adopted and adjusted or interpreted by jurisdictions. So it did come up at the last public sector standard setters forum about one of the things that IPSASB should be more actively considering is where those jurisdictions that sort of have their own national approval process, are they just taking IPSAS, or are they saying that bit of the IPSAS isn't relevant to me, or I'm adjusting it for, or interpreting it for a particular aspect. Now we could say, well, that we can pick that up in activities, but the more I thought about it, the more I thought actually one of the objectives ought to be to understand those adaptations and interpretations that jurisdictions have found necessary, because it does help on identifying what the contentious matters are. We know what the contentious matters were as we debate them around this table, but they may not be the same as the contentious matters that jurisdictions are identifying in practice. So I think there probably is something about adoption and how the standards are being adopted and potentially adjusted or interpreted at a national level.
Thanks, Lynn. I think that's a very good point, and thanks also for making the link back to the comments made in the Standard Setters Forum. And I can see, you could see that coming through in probably a couple of the criteria there in terms of whether there are questions about specific aspects of applying the principles, but also developments which might well be international and at national level. So thanks. I think that's a very helpful comment. And I see Liang's put her flag down, so I suspect something of a similar. Over Adrian and then Angela.
My comment was about benefits, and I was about to say after Claudia's comment that indeed we need and probably can, as Edwin described it, carry out surveys the constituents. And talking about surveying the constituents, I was thinking of my 30 more years as a public auditor, and also the need to survey the public auditors, because I've been confronted during those 30 years more to comparing the adoption of IPSAS and the quality of the financial reporting, and making a link, a very strong link between the two. So it would make sense surveying the public auditors with regards to benefits of adopting new standards, or the standards as they are, probably with qualitative surveys, not quantitative, of course.
Thanks, Adrian. Angela?
Thank you, Chair. Edwin made a comment that on the cost benefit equation, that if the accounting turns out to be the same and there's no change, perhaps, the costs weren't worth the benefits. And I think I'm just flagging potentially where I see the IASB going, not so much in post-implementation review, but more research at the front end of a project, and a higher threshold now to actually starting a project. And it strikes me, it's like a bookend to the post-implementation review. I think while we'll work through a number of projects, I think we could probably already be aware of that cost benefit and higher threshold that the IASB are running to put a project on. I'm also conscious they have something called a research pipeline. So I think the post-implementation review is very closely linked to the start of a project for the next project from a lessons learned perspective.
Yeah, I think you're right, Angela. I think we've seen that a lot in the ISB as they've kind of evolved their work program the last few years. And I think we've started to do the same a little bit. We're not to that level yet. I think the post-implementation review and the application panel is probably a few more steps that will give us ways to monitor how the standards are being used and look at old standards or how current standards are being applied, that allow a little more introspection on the nature of the issues before launching a standard setting project. So we've done that a little bit with the last few major projects, with more of a research phase before we get into standard setting. So if you go back 5-7 years ago, we'd almost start the discussion of a new project with a project brief on day one. We've started to delay that and have at least a session or two with the board to do a broader research of scope of issues and narrow the scope of what we want to do on a particular project. And I do think having a post-implementation review process and an application panel, which will be part of the standard setting program, but won't be standard setting work until the board decides you've reached the level that we need to do something in the standards. So I think, to your point, just agreeing.
Thanks. Yeah, and I think you can see that in terms of, although we committed to take on differential reporting, then we had a look at, was the standard setting solution appropriate? And actually what came out of that was, well, actually, there's probably a more practical way forward, which would actually deliver a lot of those benefits. Abdullah and then Scott.
Thank you, Chair. Couple of points on here. One of the issues that I might think of in term of cost benefit thing, it's like sometimes when you approve a standard, there are some work that needs to be done with the IT solutions, and that is might not be considered when you are working in this standard. The other comment that I have about the post-implementation review, I see it as another venue for us to see who's out there is applying our standards. It's not just looking into issues with our standards, but it just seeing who are applying our standards, and if we can have it in a way just to promote adopting and implementing our standards, that would be a good venue for us. I know we have been having these presentations from different jurisdictions. I heard a lot of good comments about them, looking into some of the presentation that been here. Some of the jurisdiction would want to hear how others are applying specific standards. They want to understand and have a view on where they start. So I think this would be of benefit. The last thing is like I would look at it. The last comment would be look at it as have it in two level. One is with the new standards, or the new standards that not being there for 5 years, and the other level would be, or the other bucket would be for all the other standards that we not updating them, or just we need to look at them and just have them in a certain review. Thank you.
Thanks, Abdullah. Scott.
Yeah, thank you, Ian. One comment, one observation, maybe one recommendation. Post-implementation review and application we're talking about actually represents a maturity of this body, and actually is holding ourselves more accountable, because we're asking for this as opposed to letting it come in. So it's a very good migration of this board. So we should recognize that. We also recognize what we're willing to take on is we need to be more accountable. So that's what we're agreeing when we go forward with that. So we all know what cost benefits do, but I think we need to think about how to write that in a way that the people seeing that will know what that means. And what it really means is, back to answer your comment, are we accountable for why we set the standard? And I think we ought to be very clear that there's a connection there between why do we put the standard out there, and did it actually do what we thought about? And I think there's broader aspects than just cost and benefit. So we'll probably think about that wording.
Thanks, Scott. So I think a number of very useful comments there, and I think perhaps to go, picking up on Lynn's comment where she opened up and said, "I'm not sure if this is one of the objectives or if this is how we implement." I think perhaps some of those comments actually go across both of those. So I think, have a think about that going forwards. And I do think this sort of point that has come up a number of times around costs and benefits, and is it, because there's a kind of retrospective thing, which is, would you have set the standard or not, if you've done better research? But then obviously at that stage you have set the standard, so then it's what's, if you like, those are sunk costs, so what's the ongoing benefit? Although obviously, first time adopters question and so on. So I think there's a number of sort of just nuances, and then benefits is always a challenge. So we might want to reflect a bit on that, because I think we do have a slightly different lens to the ISB, given the, what we're doing. So just, I think if you have a think about those, as we start to formalize this, and also as we start to sort of formalize our processes. Okay, so just move us on then in terms of sort of some of the concrete things.
Okay, so in terms of standard selection process, so the paper breaks this down into timing, focus, and also how we're grouping the standards. So in terms of timing, we look to the ISB, and they usually start a review 3 years after the effective date of a new standard. And so when staff was looking at this and putting the paper together, we recognize that we do not have the same level of resources as the ISB. So 3 years might be too soon for us. We also look to local or national standard setters though, and GASB is similar in that they also had a 3-year period. For PSAB, it was very interesting because they started considering a post-implementation 2 years after the effective date of a standard, but it's really more of a case-by-case basis. So they look at how much information is out there in terms of the specific topic from these new standards. And the Accounting Standards Board in South Africa is similar in that they look to whether there's stability in practice in the marketplace. So based on all those considerations and the fact that the IPSASB staff's resources, we're suggesting a 5-year period. So that will be 5 years after the effective date of a standard. And just to highlight that this seems like we're saying we're sitting here and not doing anything for 5 years, but that's not the case at all. So this is really 5 years for new standards. As of today, there are a lot of standards, pretty much our entire suite, that we haven't reviewed. So it doesn't mean we're waiting 5 years and looking at this in 2029. We will be starting soon on some of our older standards. Okay. In terms of focus, so obviously we're going to look at the public sector specific IPSAS because those are standards that this board has issued specifically. We're also going to look at the public sector adaptations of IFRS aligned standards. And in terms of IFRS aligned standards that haven't really been modified, we're also looking at whether there are public sector specific issues that apply or that arise when you apply an IFRS in a public sector context. So we're not just blindly taking what the IASB has said in their post-implementation reviews. We're also considering whether our constituents will have different issues when they try to apply an IFRS. Okay. And finally, in terms of grouping of standards, so we thought that one way of looking at this, or at least getting a starting point of which standards to look at, is to follow similar groupings as ED 91, which is the first time adoption exposure draft. So we thought that by grouping reviews using those groupings, we could have efficiencies because those standards in each group work together, and it will be easier to highlight any interrelations between the standards. Okay, so I'll pause there for comments.
Thanks, Edwin. So just pick up on any comments, and just before I take the first comments, one thing that, to your point in terms of timing, of course, we will have the application panel, which would actually prove as a sort of early warning mechanism, if we have got major transition issues going on. So I think I'm trying to work out who was first. I think it might have been okay. So I'll go Claudia, then Viedra, and then Andrew.
This time I was probably the last one, but it doesn't matter. Thank you. I want to talk about expectation. We call the whole thing post-implementation process or review. If you focus on public sector specific issue, it's understandable because that's the major topic of our board. But if there are still issues with the private sector standard, then we expect then from the public sector that we participate in the private sector post-implementation review process of their standards to bring up some comments with normal contract or whatever it's not public sector specific. And it's just a gap in the expectation when it's called as a post-implementation process. We should give at least an answer. What is with these topics? Do we deliver if these topics come to our board, to the IFSB, and said, okay, there might be some issues with your standards, or we answer to the public sector, you have to directly contact the ISB?
Thanks, Claudia. I mean, I think, when you look at the range of those 3 bullet points, actually, in a sense, we kind of range across those because it sort of depends on the context in terms of, you know, we should certainly be cognizant if there is a problem in the private sector, but that may or may not result in a problem in the public sector. So, you know, because in setting our standard, we will have looked at it from a public sector perspective and said, do we think the principle applies? Do we think it needs adaptation and so on? So some of this, I think, goes to, you know, our own process and how that's worked and whether more is needed or whatever. So I don't think we would actually input to the ISB's process because they're looking at it from the capital markets perspective. But we do need to keep an eye on what they do in response to that. And then that's where the dynamic aspect of this then becomes the application panel as well as the input to planning post-implementation review and so on. So this isn't going to be something that stands on one side. And I think in reflecting on it, we have to think, well, okay, what we're doing in this, I think is Scott's point, we're really increasing the dialogue with our constituents and making that real time. And this is a formalisation point, but it's only one aspect of that. Ross, you wanted to come in?
Yeah, you know, I think you made almost all the points that I wanted to make on that. I think through a post-implementation review process, inevitably you're going to get a lot of noise too. So you will get things where there are principles that aren't working appropriately and people telling you that. You'll also get people telling you things they just don't like the outcome on and might want you to change. So the reason I'm saying that is because I don't think our role is to go and filter things back to the ISB to tell them that certain principles that we've drawn from theirs aren't working well in the public sector. The challenge on that probably comes back to us to think about whether we've got all the public sector adaptations we need if something's not working. But I do think the other lens we're going to have to keep in mind too is I think to Scott's point earlier, it's very positive. We're formalizing a post-implementation review process. It's the right point in time. There is a resource lens to this too. So we have a much smaller staff than the ISB. We leverage their standards for a particular reason. We have to rely to some extent on the processes they run. And I don't think our role is to challenge that process. And when we think we need to do something for the public sector, we do that in our process. When we're relying on their process, we rely on theirs. So I think there'll be a bit of a learning curve as well as we start doing this.
Thanks, Ross. Over Adrian, then to Andrew.
When we decide to enter into a PIR, as we said, we try to confront the expectations and the objectives of the standards and the use that is made of them. In between is the understanding of the standard by the preparers. And I want to touch a very side issue, but which is actually tightly connected to this issue of understanding, which is translation. And maybe we should consider the availability of translations and the appropriateness of the available translations as one of the aspects of the understanding of the standards and the results of the PIR in the end. The issue was raised in Cascais, and I keep that in mind constantly because very often in this board we have discussions about ambiguity, understandability of one or the other wording or the structure of a phrase. So it really appears to be a very substantial issue in the end.
Ross.
Translations is a challenging issue from a resource perspective, from an understanding perspective, and it's not one that's felt by this board only. I think every international standard setter is feeling this right now. I would say that probably in our environment, the area we might want to think the most about that is the timing of doing this. So, for example, when we put out a new standard, IFAC has a number of translation agreements in place with a number of jurisdictions to allow them to translate content. But generally, a new standard in our framework isn't translated for 18 months to 24 months until after we publish it. just given the time and effort it takes to translate. So 5 years might be a little bit too quick to start post-implementation reviews if you're really trying to draw in perspectives of constituents in countries where they're not using the standards in English. And then you also have to consider a lot of our standards are used through national standard setting processes, so they have to go through an endorsement process in their own jurisdiction. Again, that's a little bit different than the private sector, so maybe 5 years is a bit too short. Just sharing that, but I think this translation issue is a very big one. I can tell you that IFAC's thinking about ways it can better support translation across the suite of standards that it's involved with. But it's such a resource intensive issue and a challenging one that it's not one that we'll have an immediate solution for. It's going to continue to be a challenge.
Thanks, Ross. Andrew, to you.
Thanks. And Ross, I think it's linked slightly to what you're saying now in terms of the timing and committing to a number, 5 years. I think we should rather go with a qualitative type approach. The reason is our standards have got a very different way of actually being adopted or implemented, approved, translated, etc. around the world. National standard setters don't have that. The ISB doesn't necessarily have it to the extent we have that. And so I'm hesitant to have a commitment of 5 years. I think we should rather take a step back and say, well, we'd look at PIRs based on feedback we're getting from the application panel, what we're hearing from national standard setters, where there were standards with significant, issues around the table, they would be prioritized over others. We can consult on it in our work program consultation. What should we do APIR on as well? And I think when we get that feedback, we can then decide which of the standards are subject to a PIR in that area. So I think we should rather do a qualitative, approach, indicators, factors to consider in that rather than a fixed number of years. I think for that same reason, I don't necessarily see the benefit of the grouping of standards as currently drafted in the document. I understand it from a user's perspective and why we've done it in the ED, but I think here, again, it's looking at where are the issues, and we need to go to those standards and look at it. I also think that if we're talking about the connection between the various standards, I'm not necessarily convinced that those standards are going to be based on those themes. So if you're looking at revenue, for example, well, you might say that's more closely linked with financial instruments or potentially with leases because of the boundaries between those, rather than assets, for example, or income and expenses, for example. So I don't think we should commit to groupings. If we want, we can include it as one of the indicators. We consider those qualitative factors I was talking about. But I think we should definitely take a step back in terms of a more qualitative approach to this.
Thanks, Andrew. I think, a number of good comments there in terms of, just allowing that, process of choice to happen and the consultation process. And the other factor that we are going to have to consider is the fact that we have an inevitable catch-up process. And that will dictate, and in a sense, actually, with those groupings, there's a slight sense of pragmatism there in terms of, for example, if we said, we wanted to pick up standards around the reporting entity, in terms of consolidation and so on, that partly allows a group of standards to be addressed there. But it also helps us in terms of, right, okay, if that's 5 standards there, but I think your point in terms of let's not tie ourselves too firmly then in terms of timeframes and so on, all of that tends to an indicators approach rather than it's 5 years, ching. Right, okay, so we've got a number of flags up at the moment. What I want to do is just run through as quickly. I'm conscious we're over time in terms of breaking for lunch. So I want to capture the feedback from those members at that stage, but I'm also cognizant of there are a number of other things that Edwin would like to talk through, but we're also then trying to work out what the scheduling is. So I think, I think with this item, quick run through of those comments, we'll take those away. We'll see in terms of the other areas on this item, if we've got time, we will hit those tomorrow likely, but I just want to then take stock with staff before we break for lunch on where they are. Okay, so comments from Renee, Angela, Yakuba and Liang.
Thank you. I'm not going to repeat Andrew's comment. That was going to be mine, to add more flexibility in our approach as opposed to a black line. But then as I reflect on that, can you just elaborate on our objective in terms of dedicating time and resource to PIRs? That's also going to be in one of the factor, our capacity, but also our decision that we will on a regular basis take on PIRs. Like, is that also like our new resource allocation strategy? Is that we would always have at least one on the go, or like, it's just, if you could just clarify that for me, that would be helpful.
So I think the answer is yes. It's the extent of resource. So I don't think we'd have like a rule, we have one on the go, but I think we'll always have some activities between the application panel and PIRs and some staff resource working on that instead of, passively waiting for issues to arrive.
And inevitably, there's the whole catch-up process as well and how we manage that and so on. So, yeah, it's going to be dynamic. And again, that goes to the underlining the points about, some indicators rather than tying ourselves to it. Angela, then Yakuba.
Thanks, Chair. This is just a very quick reminder, really, and I'm sure it's actually on the staff list, but I'm aware that there are some jurisdictions that for the public sector base their standards nationally on IFRSs, and the one I'm familiar with in our region is Australia. And they've got a long history of public sector financial reporting, and just to ensure that from a resource perspective, they often have gone through the modification of IFRS for the public sector in New Zealand, in Australia, which includes state and national governments and local governments. So I think they could be a very good source of intellectual information that could either feed into a PIR or even at the start of a project, and maybe that would also support the resource issue.
Thanks, Angela. I mean, I think we can't, just because somebody else has done something, necessarily assume that that works for an international board. But I think this does actually underline the need for working with national standard setters collectively, where they've got relevant projects that, and like we're working with Canada in terms of input into the presentation of financial statements. We should use all of those resources. Yakuba and then Liang.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not clear with the third focus bullet point, because to me, as we do have a solid IFRS alignment process, normally we should cover that point, and maybe going through public sector specific IPSAS, and the second one should cover the issue arising from this third point. So I'm not clear with that.
Yeah. So the third point would encompass, for example, things like the exploration and evaluation ED that we just talked about, or I guess final standard now. But for example, those IPSAS are essentially IFRSs. Like there has been very little additional modification. So essentially, it's looking at really the application of IFRS. And that's different from the second point. And the second point will be more like, if you think back to revenue, we started off with IFRS 15, but we layered on a lot of public sector considerations. So we would consider that to be a different type of IFRS alignment standard.
I mean, I think perhaps actually what we need to do is capture Yakuba's comment a bit better because the bullet point, as stated, I think it's actually this point about where it's actually issues arising from applying an IFRS aligned standard in the public sector, because it's that concept about if we haven't adapted, does that cause problems? So you know, that actually it just fits with the grading of those three, that, you know, it can be a public sector, entire public sector or largely public sector specific standard. It can be, have we, in adapting, have we caused a problem, or just actually in not adapting, have we caused a problem? So I think we just need to express it with reference to alignment there. Liang, final comment.
Thanks, Chair. I also have a strong view that we should not specify the exactly number of years for PII. I think in some case, 5 years may be too long, too short. But on the other hand, for some cases, maybe 5 years is too long. Suppose we have a new standard, and actually in this standard, there's some problem that we have not expected in this rule. But actually, when it's put into application, there suppose there may be some significant issues that we should fix. If the PIR begins after 5 years after the effect date, then we do the PIR, and then we go through the due process to such as to have some ED, then have some final pronouncement to fix the issue. Actually, maybe more than 8 years or even more years have passed. So I suppose the focus for us is to set some solid criteria to determine which standard should be put into PII. I also see in the staff paper, paragraph 17, it said there are quite a lot of existing IPSAS which have been effective for more than 5 years. But I don't think we should put all existing IPSAS into this process. Actually, when we look at ISB, actually, if my memory is correct, they only start the PIR after those, we say, big standard have been issued and have been applied, such as revenue, lease, and financial instrument. So I think our focus should still focus on those recently issued and those big standard which may have some big impact to the practice. Thank you.
Thanks, Liang. Ross, you want to come back on that? And then I think we'll take a check.
Yeah, so I agree, Liang. I just wanted to note one thing. So I think it'll be important when we bring this back in December that we talk about the application panel with the PIR, because I think some of the concern around PIRs is probably dealt with, that we've got the application panel that can respond more quickly to issues as they arise with current standards. This is more the active process of, like you say, considering for bigger standards that we have a formal process to go out and ask people how it's working, as opposed to an application panel that's responsive to issues in practice that are developing on a more formalized basis. So I think they're going to work together very much in that sense and may deal with some of the challenges there.
Okay, thanks, Ross. So we're now at 5 to 1. I think we need to take a break, but I'd like to just pass over to staff in terms of stock check on where things are on climate-related disclosures and proposed way forward.
So we're in good shape on climate-related disclosures. Celine and Karen have been working tirelessly yesterday and this morning. We're going to grab a few of you at lunch to show you what we've done to make sure we've captured board decisions appropriately. When we come back from lunch, we'll finish Edwin's session on post-implementation reviews, and then we'll share with you all the changes we've made. We won't go into a lot of detail, but we'll share a slide deck that outlines all the changes, and we'll share that slide deck with you along with the exposure draft so you can review that this afternoon.
Okay, thanks, Dave. I think that's clear. So we are now, it's now 5-1 here in Brussels. So we'll break for an hour back here at 1:55. Okay. Thanks. Okay, so if we can get started again, just reminder what we're going to do. So we are going to carry on the discussion in terms of initial thinking on post-implementation reviews. There have been a number of conversations going on, checking the way in which staff have actioned instructions on climate-related disclosures going on over lunch. If you see people being sort of tapped on the shoulder or whatever, it may be because there's still stuff that members are trying to check or staff are still trying to check through with members. But we'll go through the remainder of the discussion on post-implementation reviews, and then at that stage, staff will give us an update on where things have got to on climate. So, Edwin, to you.
Thanks, Chair. So continuing with the slides, the next section is on the activities to be taken. So as I mentioned before, the post-implementation review starts with initial research. So the way the ISB breaks it down and the way we'll probably approach it as well is to have two phases. And the first one is initial research, which looks at academia and also information from constituents, like released financial statements, to see how they're actually adopting our standards. We'll also send out a formal request for information to our constituents. And that includes preparers, users of the financial statements, as well as auditors and regulators as well. So as Harvey Adrian mentioned, like getting the feedback from the auditors is also very important. So this request for information will deal with, we'll ask for information on specific aspects of the standards that we're looking at. And it may also include other relevant information. So for example, what are the IT costs or other implementation costs that entities had to incur to apply a standard, okay? So after that initial request for information and getting the feedback from constituents, the second phase is where we look at what information was received. And essentially, we will combine that with further research to come up with a report. And oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. I'll pause there for comments first then.
Yeah. So pause for comments. Fabienne, you wanted to come in.
Thank you, Jan. Maybe this is more related to the selection process stage. I was wondering actually where the CAG or whether the CAG should have a formally set role in the PIR process. And I think that maybe where the CAG could be useful could be at the selection stage, as well as anywhere, whenever the IPSASB would need to discuss any or to have the input of the CAG. Thank you.
Thanks, Fabienne.
Just to say, Fabienne, I think that's a really good idea. We have 25, 26 CAG members from around the world that can provide really interesting perspectives. We haven't really thought that through how it works mechanically, but I'd be very open to including the CAG in the process.
Oops. Yeah. Thanks, Dave. I mean, I think, certainly over a number of years with conversations with the Public Interest Committee, they've very much encouraged us to draw on the the network for the CAG, and also those sort of presentations that CAG has been having on practical implementation and so on. And I think if we can sort of put a kind of structural approach to this in place, so there are regular touch points with the CAG on, what's going on in terms of both the application panel and then planning for post-implementation reviews, that must be a good way of actually drawing on the CAG's expertise and trying out ideas and so on, so that both there's that consultation and advice parts of the CAG's role that we draw on in that context. So thanks, Fabienne, and we'll work out how we make that work, and how we sort of build that in. Lynn.
So I definitely support what Fabienne said in terms of, I think that the CAG could and should provide specific advice about which projects the board should consider. The point I was going to make there was on this sort of phase one piece. When we were talking about objectives, I suggested the addition about adoption. What strikes me in this initial research phase that I would like us to specifically build in, particularly as our strategy includes the objectives around inspiring adoption. I think our initial research phase for any PIR should specifically seek to understand which jurisdictions have chosen not to adopt and the reasons why they're not adopting. I feel there could be a risk if we don't do that. We're only collecting data and information from those who have implemented, and we'd miss that really rich understanding of those who haven't adopted. Why not? What is the barrier? And that would be really rich information for the board to consider, both in terms of an implementation review, but also in terms of future work programme. And we shouldn't lose that opportunity. So I think that should be specifically built into the initial research phase.
Yeah, I think that's good. The only thing I'd temper that with is actually the practicalities of actually getting that information in. We're still not, and we know this from the index compilation, actually trying to get and keep current contacts with jurisdictions is really hard. You know, really, really hard. So I think we should try and do that, and particularly where we know there are issues. But you know, there's some practicalities around this as well. It takes two to tango. So, you know, maybe with these more active dialogue processes, that will help build the bridges. But, you know, at the moment, we know in a lot of regions, we just don't have the information on who's doing what. David.
Thanks, Ian. I'm picking up on Lynn's point, which I support fully. I think this is where certainly CAG input will help, because some of those will be in the situation where they've been either recently or currently migrating. Also, the experience of board members. I mean, some of those and their contacts will be useful, and also, of course, former board members are acting as consultants in various parts of the world, so their input here would be useful. So I suspect we might be able to get more information than you might think at the moment. And I agree with you. I mean, trying to rely on the accountability index itself and those contacts will not help very much, I suspect. But I think we've got a rich source of other contacts.
Yeah, thanks, David. Any other comments on those, the activities slide before Edwin moves on? Okay, thanks. It was the moment I said move on, and yeah.
That's it. Thanks. Okay, so in terms of after we get the information and analyze it, so the next step is to evaluate whether action needs to be taken. And I guess the way the ISB approaches this is they break it down to two steps. So first, they consider the high level question of, do we need to do anything? And for that, they're looking at three core, I guess, considerations. The first is whether there are fundamental questions or fatal flaws in the standard that they're looking at. Obviously, if there are, they'll need to quickly address that. Then the next consideration is whether the benefits to users. So, and I guess that term users is more broad. It's really the benefits to their constituents are lower than expected. So going back to the example that I used earlier, if they got feedback that their constituents are dumping in all this cost, but the accounting answer is the same and no different from before, then that kind of triggers the question of, well, what do we actually do there with this new standard? And the last one is, last consideration is the cost of applying the standard. And that's not just from a preparer's perspective, it's also the cost for auditors and regulators as well. And in some cases, it's also enforcement costs, because it might be really hard for a regulatory body to really understand their standard and to see if it's been applied properly. So if there are issues from those considerations, then the next step is to prioritize these issues and decide if anything needs to be done. So if a matter is has substantial consequences, then obviously that's going to be fast tracked. So it'll be addressed as soon as possible. So the way the IASB does it is essentially that becomes a standard setting project. And for us, when we adopt this process, I would imagine that will be a very similar process where it could feed back in either the application panel or the post-implementation review results. And it would feed back to the IPSASB as some sort of consideration of whether a project should be started. So the other prioritization considerations, I should go for all those first. The second one is whether the matter is pervasive. The third one is whether it's a financial reporting issue that could be addressed by the board. And the last one is whether the benefits outweigh the costs. And looking at those at a high level, it's really similar to our current project prioritization criteria. So we look at things like prevalence, consequences, urgency, and feasibility, as in whether the IPSASB can solve the issue. So it maps on really well to what the ISB is already considering. And as I said, if we've concluded that this matter is of high priority, it would feed into our work plan. If it's a medium priority, then it would essentially go into the ISB's research pipeline or the IFRIC's research pipeline. For us, I envision that it would be something similar in that we would most likely feed this into the application panel, which would then be brought up to the IPSASB. If the matter is concluded to be of low priority, then usually it becomes part of the ISB's agenda consultation, which for us would be similar to our work plan consultations that we're having. And if somehow we go through all that and we conclude that there is no real urgency in this issue, then we would revisit whether this was really an issue in the first place. And we might just end up concluding that there's really nothing to do. Okay, so I'll stop there before I move on.
Thanks, Edwin. David, you wanted to come in?
Yeah, thank you. I'm slightly concerned about the first bullet point under action may be needed if, because it refers here to fundamental questions, fatal flaws in core principles or objectives. Where's the public interest, or where are public sector specific issues going to be addressed? Are they covered in that? If they are covered in that, I think it would be really helpful if that was made explicit, because otherwise there's a danger that somebody could look at it and say, well, there's no fatal flaw in the core principle or objectives, and actually start to forget about the public sector. And I think that's really the issue that we should be considering.
Thanks, David. Lynn, and then Andrew.
feel slightly that I continue to repeat myself, but I don't see our strategic objective around inspiring adoption and implementation being part of our consideration as to whether action may be needed. So I think it is a lens that we ought to consider when deciding whether action may be needed. I think as drafted, we're considering action in too narrow a sense, i.e. does the standard itself need changing? That might be one of the actions, but there might be other actions that we could also consider that enhance and contribute to our second strategic objective around us inspiring adoption and implementation.
Thanks, Lynn. Andrew?
Thanks. I think just the references to the application panel and how the PIR and the application panel work with one another, or the references, I think we just need to do a bit of thinking as we go through that and as we establish the terms of reference of the application panel, because they're not going to work in the same way as the IFRIC. So it's not necessarily all matters just go to the application panel for an interpretation. It might just stay with the board, for example. So I think we just need to be conscious of that interaction.
Yeah, thanks, Andrew. I mean, just to be clear, the application panel in itself will not be able to issue advice or anything. All substantive guidance of whatever will need to be approved by the board. So the application panel will be an advisory and will help develop in a way that a task force would. But it'll be the board that actually decides. Dave?
I was just going to say, Andrew, I think you made this comment earlier today as well, and it kind of dawned on me that we have been talking about it internally, but the way we've got the agenda set up in December is we've got a session on application panel and a session on PIR, and they'll really start to come together there. That's what we'll start to show you the operations. So I take your point, and absolutely, and you'll see it better in December.
Good. Okay, so let's move on to the next slide.
Okay, so this slide is on possible outcomes, and as I've mentioned before, as I've mentioned before, one possible outcome is a standard setting process, and for the way that we're contemplating it for the IPSASB, it'll be no different than any other standard setting project. So we still subject it to our due process and go through all the steps there. The other alternative is we might very well conclude that, you know, all we have to issue is an explanation of why a standard setting project is not needed. So we would communicate to our constituents that we have done this review. We've concluded that there are no substantive issues, or if there are, they can be resolved without a standard setting project. Or we could have a situation where we just issue educational materials. So that could be things like for example, differential reporting. We're going into a non-standard setting route. So it might be a similar situation there where we would release perhaps staff Q&As or maybe some more detailed materials to guide constituents through applying a standard. And the last conclusion is no further action is needed. And those are really for reviews where we can't really find any issues, and we would just report that to constituents. So all those would be summarized and reported formally as a report that will be presented both to the IPSASB and released to the public as well. So that will that's essentially the end product of how we contemplate our post-implementation reviews to go.
Thanks, Edwin. Any comments on that? I mean, one comment might be just to sort of finesse that slightly in terms of what we mean by standard setting project, because it could be that, you know, there's a very limited additional piece of guidance or something like that, that actually would solve the problem. And I think one of the things then, one of the other interactions will be whether that's actually a separate project or whether there are some limited pieces of guidance that could come through the annual improvements process. So I think that's another linkage that we just need to think through. And the more we discuss the application panel, post-implementation review, I think there's quite a lot of sort of wiring to think about here. But I think that's one other leg, which is annual improvements, because although most of those tend to come from the IFRS Foundation work, actually, in process terms, we can do specific improvements to our own standards through that, as well as actually, if we identify an opportunity actually to increase alignment for GFS, that's also something we can do. So we just need to sort of allow that as an option. Okay. Okay. So that's the end of Edwin's presentation. I just wonder whether there's anything further members want to add in terms of, the topic. Clearly, we're going to have this back in December, but in the way that we've talked about the application panel, this was the first discussion on this. Mira.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Edwin. Just a clarification. I understood that the phase one will be more, so how we will obtain information will be through a formal process with a request for information document, a public consultation process, but how long will that take? I was thinking if it would be possible also to open other informal channels to obtain feedback and more, let's say in the roundtables, or even, I don't know, an online survey that we opened and we receive we obtain some kind of statistics that will lead us also to identify, okay, which standards we should prioritize, because I'm afraid that maybe doing it too formally in the phase one, it will take us a longer time than if we just open the doors to receive more informal feedback at the very beginning, and then we start our formal process. Thanks.
Yeah, we would definitely be open to having more informal feedback. Yeah.
I mean, I think particularly you mentioned the Chimera roundtables. I think that's something which has actually become very much a feature of our work over the last 5, years or so. And I think that can be a tremendously useful way of actually reaching quite a few constituents very efficiently from the board point of view, but also it does promote that real-time dialogue and build those relationships. And I think it's also, to Lynn's point, it's a good way of actually getting direct feedback from people on, are you using the standard and not using the standard and so on. So, yeah, I think you're right. We can use those roundtables in a number of different ways to get general input, identify problems, make specific proposals, and so on. Angela.
Thank you, Chair. Just in the spirit of brainstorming, I note that each meeting as members were asked for our activities in promoting IPSAS, but I wonder whether we should have a list or a little template to fill in our travels, what the jurisdictions that we're either involved in or work with, which ones are, what are they planning to do with our IPSASs, our new IPSAS, like revenue or natural resources when it's approved and things like that, because it seems to me that could be a regular kind of way of checking in every quarter. For example, I could quite easily explain what in our region, both Australia and New Zealand, what has been done with our pronouncements very easily just by a couple of notes, and we start sort of to build an informal little database of our own. It doesn't even really have to be public at this stage.
Thanks, Angela. I think one of the things actually we've got the new strategy we need to tweak anyway is the quarterly feedback sheets, because at the moment the request for feedback is under the existing themes, but I think perhaps we need to just tweak that so that there's a kind of ready-made log of not only, you know, as kind of key messages from constituents. So that's encouraging us all to use our networks and those events to get feedback into the process. Okay, good. I think that's a very helpful conversation, and we will have the session. And I think also one of the other things we might do is actually reflect whether it's separate sessions or whether it's actually a bigger session, which brings together both application panel and PIR discussions together in December. So with that, I think subject to getting the slides up on screen, we'll move to the update on climate-related disclosures. Okay. Just let Celine get set up.
It feels quite light now, just carrying my name tag over. But I've got Karen. So we'll bring up the slides, but we just wanted to have a quick update and overview of what you can expect. So we'll circulate this deck, which we'll go walk through quickly now, and then we'll spend time to discuss tomorrow. But essentially what you can expect is in this deck, we've outlined for each of the key issues what paragraphs have been revised and updated based on our discussions. So thank you, Leah. So we'll have the three issues, item 1, 2, and 3. And then we've generally, we haven't given specifics on the page by page comments from the review that we did yesterday afternoon, that we took a round of comments on the additional issues. And so you can specifically look back to where those are in the track changes version. And then we've also updated the SMCs based on comments. So for example, you'll see our own operations, the first issue, aligned with yesterday's discussion, the definition is retained without the tail of other than the outcomes of public policy programs. And so there's a few different bullets here. The first one is where we've specifically addressed that latest discussion from yesterday afternoon about the overlap and how the own operations and public policy programs are interrelated. And so we've tried to capture that in AG1, AG2, and BCs. And then the other updates through the AGs, IGs, IEs, and BCs relate to the instructions coming out of Tuesday and Wednesday discussions on this topic of own operations and value chain. I won't walk through them because you don't have the paper. So you can read it in detail, and we'll discuss in detail tomorrow. So similarly, for responsibility for climate-related public policy program outcomes, this outlines the key paragraphs that have been updated and changed. These should be the latest cross references, the latest paragraph number references. That said, other paragraph references throughout the document, the cross references will be updated after. We didn't have a chance to update all cross references throughout, but what you see here should be the latest, reflect the version that you will receive.
And then next for risks and opportunities, from the comments received yesterday, we will keep the changes on the objectives for both strategy and on risks and outcome management, but we did get comments back with some proposals on how we could improve the objective for risk and outcome management. So that's been actioned in the track changes version that you'll see. And then there will also be a lot of consequential changes. There will also be quite a few consequential changes across the core text and AG2, particularly on anticipated and unanticipated challenges. And then the BCs will also provide an explanation of that.
Thanks, Karen. So it looks a lot, but it's in track changes. So you can, it'll be highlighted for you what all those edits and updates are. And then for these first three topics, we tried to do the shading again. So that'll capture the first three key issues. So when you see other editorials in the page by page comments, other track changes, those are for other comments we received before the meeting and the comments we did from the page by page turn. So have a look at those track changes as well to see if there's any other substantive points to raise for tomorrow's discussion. And then the SMCs, we've retained some, we've deleted some, we've added the overall question with an open question if there's any other comments, and we've combined some. So it's shorter. I recommend you read it in clean because it's difficult to follow that with a lot of changes on the beginning of the ED. So this captures what we've changes we've made. But that said, it might just be a good to have a fresh look at that. And if you do refer to this, these numbers are all the new SMC numbers rather than we're trying to refer back to the previous version. That's the last slide. So that's an overview. I guess, are there any questions about process? We will, following this, send out this deck along with the Word version of the updated draft ED with track changes and clean, Dave, or?
So if you haven't received it already, you'll receive it in the next few minutes. You'll receive a track changes version in Word and a PDF version of this deck so that you can easily see where we've made changes and understand how the changes have been grouped. So it should be easy for review.
If you have any issues showing simple markup or clean version, let us know if that's preferred as well. Are there any questions about the slides or the process for tomorrow? So any comments we'll discuss tomorrow morning.
Okay. Any questions then in terms of how we're moving forward with this? So obviously now we've got through the conversation on PIRs, that really clears tomorrow morning so that again, we've got the time that we need to make sure that we're comfortable before we come to a vote tomorrow. So I think at that point, we will close this afternoon's today's plenary session. Obviously, that does give you plenty of time for review of that material. And just to say thank you very much to Celine and Karen for all the hard work in turning this around. Also, thank you very much to the issue owners who've input to, again, you know, just given comments very quickly over lunch and so on. Dave?
I think, Ian, just before we wrap up, I think Leah has a slide about tonight's festivities.
Okay.
So tonight's reception begins at 6:30. Dinner will be at 7 p.m. sharp. It is a sit-down dinner. Dress code is business casual. The location's on the slide, and Leah helpfully I was going to say the directions are in an email she sent earlier, but she's also put the slide up with the directions. And it's a 6-minute walk from the hotel if you're staying at the Thon.
It's in a hotel. So as you go into the hotel, just turn right. It's at the restaurant.
Okay. That's great. So there's a reward there for the review work in the interim period. You know, just thanks in advance to the Commission as our hosts for this evening. Okay. Without further ado, we often and review the materials. So thanks, everyone.
Thank you.